Chapter 748. Ling Xiao's secret place in the small building. Looking at Bei Nu, who was flipping through books, Ling Xiao's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. He coughed, put down the ancient book in his hand, and asked casually, "That kid is back?" "Yes." Yi Qingyu's voice was flat and simple. Ling Xiao was even more nervous. He patted the chair next to him. "Good girl, come and sit." "I don't want to sit." "Drink some tea?" "It's good, think thrice." "I don't want to drink." "Actually, it's not good to read when you're upset." "Who's upset?" The steam from the three thoughts tea hung in front of Ling Xiao's eyes. Drinking this tea, one would think thrice a day. The aftertaste was endless, so it was called think thrice. The last time Du Ruhui came, he couldn't bear to let someone serve it. He sighed silently in his heart. This was much more difficult than fighting with Du Ruhui. But on the surface, he smiled. "I'm a little upset. It's time to go fishing at the Cloud Lake. How about it?" "I don't want to go." The annual pavilion competition is about to begin. As the senior sister, it's not good for you to hide here. Let them stay by themselves. Ling Xiao. "Jiang Wang, you little thief, how can I relieve the hatred in my heart if I don't beat you up?" A little person roared in his heart. On the surface, he was still calm and confident. He patted his forehead lightly and pretended to be enlightened. "Oh right, there's something I forgot to say. It's related to Jiang Wang. You tell him yourself." Yi Qingyu pretended to flip through the book, but her ears were tilted. Ling Xiao said casually, "It's about the Cloud Top Immortal Palace." "Cloud Top Immortal Palace?" Yi Qingyu frowned slightly. "Doesn't that already belong to Jiang Wang?" "Of course. Treasures have owners. Since it's a fair competition, what's his is his." Ling Xiao smiled. "However, the Cloud Top Immortal Palace he inherited is only a ruin. It needs a lot of effort to have a chance of recovery. Frankly, it's very difficult." "I know all that," Yi Qingyu said. Jiang Wang had already told her about the current situation of the Cloud Top Immortal Palace. Ling Xiao continued unhurriedly. In the entire Cloud Top Immortal Palace, there should only be 3 intact buildings. These 3 buildings were left behind when the Cloud Top Immortal Palace was destroyed. It is of vital importance to the revival of the Cloud Top Immortal Palace. Yi Qingyu turned her head. "Why didn't I hear you say it before?" Ling Xiao pretended not to hear and continued, "That little brat should have found one by now, and our High Heaven Pavilion just so happens to have one of them. Do you think we should give it to him, for an An's sake?" "Of course," Yi Qingyu said without hesitation. "He is an An's brother, so he can be considered a member of High Heaven Pavilion. Moreover, the Cloud Top Immortal Palace has already recognized its master. It's useless for us to keep that building. Why don't we go with the flow and do them a favor?" At this point, she stopped and glared fiercely at Ling Xiao. "Why are you looking at me like that?" It was only in front of Ling Xiao that she, who had always been as cold as a fairy, would act like this. "No." Ling Xiao lightly changed the topic. "Those 3 buildings are called Ethereal Palace, High Heaven Pavilion, and Azure Cloud Pavilion. My daughter is so smart, what can she think of?" Yi Qingyu rolled her eyes. "Our High Heaven Pavilion inherited part of the inheritance left by the Cloud Top Immortal Palace. It is not a secret." She had already said the names, so there was no way she could not think of it. Even as early as in Mount Qiyun, when Jiang Wang and Dou Mian made a deal, she had already guessed some possibilities. It was just that she did not know what was related to the Cloud Top Immortal Palace in the Ethereal Palace. Now that she thought about it, it should be the 3 buildings with the same name. Ling Xiao smiled and did not comment. "This building of our house, you can give it to him." "I can give it to him." Yi Qingyu nodded in a businesslike manner, but suddenly asked suspiciously, "Since you knew he needed it, why didn't you give it to him earlier?" Ling Xiao stopped smiling and said seriously, "To be able to survive in the hands of Zhuang Gaoxian and Du Ruhui, no matter what method he used. Whether it is strength or luck. He has proven his worth. Yi Qingyu frowned. So, this is business? If you give it to him, he will not see it as business. Yi Lingxiao did not hide. I no longer need the cloud-top immortal palace, so there is no harm in fulfilling his wish. But why should I fulfill his wish? An is an you are you. He needs to prove his own worth. Yi Qingyu was silent for a moment, then said, Father, you are a little different from what I imagined. Qingyu. Yi Lingxiao sighed and stood up. I hope you will never eat the food of mortals and will always be pure and kind. I also hope that I will always be perfect in your heart. But sometimes I have to let you see a little reality. In this way, if one day I am not here, you can also face it bravely. Yi Qingyu curled her lips. You are a perfected person of the present age, you will definitely live longer than me. Quiet. Yi Lingxiao stretched out a finger to stop her, not allowing her to say such words. Then he flipped his palm and held out an exquisite pavilion, a small one, standing in the center of his palm. Then he wiped the pavilion with his finger. In the heavens and on the earth, there can only be one cloud tower. His voice was flat, but also unquestionable. So I have changed its name, now it is called Cloud Tower. He looked at his daughter, the expression in his eyes soft. You take it to him. Yi Qingyu stretched out her hand and took it. Sure enough, she saw the name on the plaque on the small pavilion. It was precisely Cloud Tower. Very exquisite, she said. Yi Lingxiao smiled. The Immortal Palace Legacy building is naturally extraordinary. Father, then I am going. Yi Qingyu took this exquisite cloud tower, finally leaving those precious ancient books. Yi Lingxiao's heart, which had always been on edge, finally relaxed. The child has grown up. After Yi Qingyu left, a voice suddenly sounded. Outside the window, a leisurely cloud floated down, turning into a small strange beast, leaping into the small pavilion, its long tail moving. It was Ah Cho. Yi Lingxiao did not turn his head, nor did he speak. A father's complex feelings were not easy to express. The name was changed well. Ah Cho said again. It flattered. In the whole world, other than Yi Xiaohua, who can compare to Lingxiao? Bang! Yi Lingxiao turned around and punched it to the ground. Call me Yi Lingxiao. The small pavilion was built sturdily, there was no reaction. Ah Chow's skin was coarse and thick. It got up in a roll. It shook its head indifferently, laughing. Your fist is really powerful, who else but you can be the #1 perfected person in the world? Forget it, anyway, I have not lost a little bit. Yi Lingxiao leaned back on the recliner, sighing as if he had accepted his fate. Say it, what did you do this time? Ah Cho shook its tail, the colorless water ball on its tail jumping. There are no more fish in Cloud Tower Lake. The fish in Cloud Tower Lake was the #1 delicacy in Yun country. Countless officials and nobles wanted to buy it but could not. Because Yi Qingyu loved to eat, Yi Lingxiao enclosed the entire Cloud Tower Lake, forbidding others to catch it. Under such circumstances, why were there no more fish in Cloud Tower Lake? Naturally, they were all eaten by Ah Cho. Yi Lingxiao's fist suddenly clenched, but he still loosened it in the end. Quickly get lost, while I can still hold back. Ah Cho did not say a word. With a flick of its tail, it scurried out of the window, very agile and also very sensible. Chapter 749. There were a lot of hardships in the world, but eating could solve 1,000 worries. For Jiang Anan, as long as her brother was by her side, there was no trouble that couldn't be solved by delicious food. For Jiang Wang, eating until her mouth was full of oil and laughing without a care in the world was the biggest reward. No matter how much hard work he put in, it was all worth it. In this infinitely vast world, they were each other's only family. Anan. Jiang Wang looked at her for a while and said, I'm leaving. This time, I might be busy for a long time. Jiang Anan's small hand grabbed the chopsticks, and the chopsticks pulled the noodles. Her mood suddenly dropped. Will you come to see me during the new year? Of course. Jiang Wang patted her little head. We've agreed on this. I'll miss you too. Then be careful on the road, Jiang Anan whispered. When I'm walking on the road, it's others who have to be careful. Jiang Wang deliberately showed off. I'm famous for being fierce. Humph. Jiang Anan wrinkled her small nose, glanced at Jiang Wang, and turned her head back. She continued to eat the noodles. Hey, smile. Jiang Wang teased her. Jiang Anan pouted and didn't cooperate. Give me a smile, little fatty, Jiang Wang's voice was rhythmic. You're the fatty. Jiang Anan put down the chopsticks and pounced on Jiang Wang, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. They played around for a while. Let's go, Jiang Wang said. Jiang Anan sat back and picked up the chopsticks again. Okay, she said. Jiang Wang didn't say anything else. He turned around and left the room, gently closing the door. The little Jiang Anan didn't look at his back. She just sat there obediently and slowly ate the noodles. She was very obedient. She didn't cry. However, the new year has just begun, but I'm already looking forward to it. Not long after leaving Jiang Anan's room, he bumped into Yi Qingyu. Fellow Taoist Yi, I was just looking for you, Jiang Wang said happily. Yi Qingyu blinked and pressed down the exquisite pavilion she was about to take out. Why are you looking for me? Jiang Wang confidently took out a brocade box from his storage box and handed it over. Take a look. This box had just been filled with crispy bamboo cake. He thought it looked pretty good, so after tidying it up a little, he used it to store other things. What is this? With a smile in her eyes, Yi Qingyu took the brocade box and opened it. Lying inside was a round pearl with a hint of white in the azure. It was only 1/3 of the size of a fist and was extremely beautiful. He couldn't help but smile, and the smile spread to the corners of his mouth. As the daughter of Yi Lingxiao and the only princess of the Yun country, what kind of rare treasures had she not seen before? However, Jiang Wang's gift still made her very happy. This is a natural artifact, air-frozen bead. I got it from a secret place. Jiang Wang directly skipped the dangerous process of obtaining the air-frozen bead and said with some embarrassment, "And it has consumed so much of High Heaven Pavilion's resources, I'm really grateful. I'll use this air-frozen bead as compensation. I hope fellow Taoist Yi doesn't dislike it." Yi Qingyu's smile suddenly disappeared. With a bang, she closed the box and put it back in Jiang Wang's hand. "And it is my High Heaven Pavilion's direct disciple. High Heaven Pavilion should cultivate its own disciples, so we don't need any compensation. Fellow Taoist Jiang should take it back." "Fellow Taoist Yi, I didn't mean that." Jiang Wang held the box, not knowing where he was wrong. He said with some anxiety, "I didn't mean High Heaven Pavilion needs compensation. I just wanted to express my gratitude." "Yes, gratitude. You're welcome." Yi Qingyu smiled very distantly and politely. "High Heaven Pavilion doesn't lack anything. I also didn't mean High Heaven Pavilion lacks this." Jiang Wang didn't have the wit and courage he had in battle. He said with some frustration, "I'm not good with words. I just wanted to give this bead to you to thank you." Yi Qingyu's heart softened, but she still said, "You're not good with words? I think you're quite fierce when you quarrel with others. Didn't you make Zhao Xiong jump?" "That's different." "What's different?" "I don't care about them, so I don't need to care about their feelings. I'm not bad with words." Yi Qingyu slightly raised her chin. "Is that so?" "It's true, fellow Taoist Yi." Jiang Wang clasped his hands and begged for forgiveness. "If I said something wrong, I apologize to you. Please don't be angry." Yi Qingyu's anger had already subsided, but she inexplicably felt this Jiang Wang was very interesting. He was much cuter than when he was showing off his abilities. "How can you apologize while wearing a mask, hiding your head and tail?" she said deliberately. "This." Jiang Wang hesitated. "If you don't want to take it off, then don't take it off." Yi Qingyu said, "It's fine, I won't force you." Even if Jiang Wang was slow-witted, he still knew the fine. here wasn't really fine. He clenched his teeth and took off the mountain ghost mask, revealing his face with 2 dark circles. The left side of his face was also slightly swollen. Pfff. Yi Qingyu suddenly laughed, but she quickly restrained herself. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have laughed. Jiang Wang said helplessly, It's fine, you can laugh all you want. Yi Qingyu wasn't a person who liked to laugh, but Jiang Wang's current appearance was too comical. Back at Qiyun Mountain, he beheaded Jiao Xiong, killed Qiyu, defeated Yun Youwang, and threatened Dou Mian. How awe-inspiring was that? She heard from her father that on New Year's Eve, he even broke into Xanan City, killed Zhuang Country's Vice Prime Minister Dong A, and escaped from Zhuang Gaoxian and Du Ruhui's hands. If news of this spread out, his name would definitely shake the world. Who wouldn't praise Tianjiao? Now, he looked like a pig with a bruised nose and a swollen face. The contrast between the two was too big, and people couldn't help but laugh. Yi Qingyu covered her mouth and laughed for a while before she said, How did you get hurt? Seeing Yi Qingyu like this, Jiang Wang also gave up on himself. He said in a muffled voice, An old monk hit me. Which old monk is so excessive? Yi Qingyu asked. Jiang Wang sighed. I won't be able to get back at him in a short time. He didn't want to talk about Kuju, because it would involve being hunted down by the Zhuang Country's officials, and he promised Yi Lingxiao that he would never involve Yi Qingyu in his troubles. So he handed her the box again. Can you accept my apology now? Okay, I'll reluctantly accept it. Yi Qingyu smiled and took the air-frozen bead in her hand. Then she flipped her palm and took out the small and exquisite Yunshao pavilion. I also want to give you a gift. Jiang Wang wanted to say that the air-frozen bead was not a gift, but a debt, a repayment that he had once promised. But the reaction of the cloud-top Asgard in the 5 prefectures sea made him forget this. He had long guessed that the cloud-top Asgard had the things needed to revive the cloud-top Asgard, and it was likely to be the same as the ethereal palace. Whether it was called the cloud-top Asgard or the cloud-top Asgard, at least at this moment the reaction of the cloud-top Asgard showed its importance. Jiang Wang took a deep breath and said, I can't accept it. He did want it, but the reason why he hadn't asked Yi Qingyu was that he hadn't found something of enough value to offset it. He didn't want to take it for free. Yi Qingyu blinked and her smile was about to disappear. You won't accept a gift from your friend? Jiang Wang pursed his lips and took it. He would remember this favor and didn't need to make too many promises. As soon as the small and exquisite pavilion was in his hand, a clear light flashed and it directly entered the 5 prefectures sea and fell into the ruins of the cloud-top Asgard. The chubby cloud child jumped out and cheered, Here it comes! I really need it, Jiang Wang said as the cloud-top Asgard in his body changed. But I don't know how to thank you. My father said that you are an An's brother, so you are not an outsider. Yi Qingyu shook the box in her hand and her eyes curved into crescents. Friends should return gift. Chapter 750. In the small building, Yi Lingxiao, who was secretly observing this place through the secret array, twitched his mouth. He really wanted to jump out and shout, I didn't say that! What do you mean he's not an outsider? That Jiang brat is a complete outsider. However, he still had to maintain his composure. He could only clench his teeth and erase the scene in front of him. Out of sight, out of mind. The small and exquisite pavilion was attracted by the cloud-top immortal palace and directly fell into the 5 prefecture sea. In the sky above the 5 prefecture sea, it rapidly expanded and expanded, boom! It descended into the ruins of the cloud-top immortal palace and was embedded in the middle of the palace. It merged with the ruins of the cloud-top immortal palace. The cloud pavilion that had returned to the immortal palace was not as small and exquisite as before. Instead, it was tall and majestic, with a majestic atmosphere. Jiang Wang could feel that the ruins of the cloud-top immortal palace now had some kind of common connection. It was unified by a mysterious power. It was like pearls and jades were strung together by a string. Obviously, the Cloud Pavilion was the hub of the Cloud Top Immortal Palace a long time ago. If the Ethereal Palace's function was to provide the Cloud Top Immortal Palace with an endless supply of vitality, then the Cloud Pavilion's function was to unify and connect the entire Cloud Top Immortal Palace. It had more core value. It could be said that after the Cloud Pavilion was established, the revival of the Cloud Top Immortal Palace would truly be possible. However, the true value of the Cloud Pavilion could only be fully revealed after more buildings were revived. Jiang Wang was now very much looking forward to the use of the Cloud Pavilion. The chubby Cloud Child danced on the roof of the Cloud Pavilion. He was extremely happy. As he swayed, he shouted, "The Cloud Top Immortal Palace covers the world. Immortal Master Jiang Wang lives as long as the heavens." Dong. Jiang Wang, whose spirit had descended, flicked him on the head, causing him to instantly become obedient. Where did these pompous words come from? It'll be a joke if this gets out. Cloud Child was the reincarnation of the Cloud Top Immortal Palace's original welcoming boy. After he died, his remaining nutrients and fate merged with the bit of true spirit hidden deep in the spirit-focused steel, combining the past and present. It was a kind of new life. However, at its core, it still relied on the existence of the Cloud Top Immortal Palace. To a certain extent, it could be regarded as the spirit of the Cloud Top Immortal Palace. Together with the Cloud Top Immortal Palace, they would rise or fall together. No matter what kind of injuries he suffered, as long as the Cloud Top Immortal Palace was still there, he could quickly recover. Previously, Zhuang Qingqian's slap had made him dizzy, but now, he was still alive and kicking. After being scolded by Jiang Wang, he felt wronged and said, "It seems like it was like this before." Jiang Wang was silent. He seemed to understand why the once tyrannical Cloud Top Immortal Palace had been reduced to ruins. He wanted to suppress the world at the drop of a hat. How could he not be angry? There were so many experts in the world. Who didn't have a temper? Who knows, some peerless expert might just flip you over when they feel uncomfortable. You have to look at the conditions too, okay? What suppressing the world, longevity as long as the heavens. Jiang Wang said faintly, "I am not worthy." Bai Yuntong rubbed his head and felt even more wronged. "You don't deserve it. You should hit yourself. Why did you hit me?" For a moment, Jiang Wang didn't know how to refute. He raised his hand in anger. Bai Yuntong hurriedly rolled, like a ball of meat, into the heavenly Cloud Pavilion. After bidding farewell to Yi Qingyu, Jiang Wang left Cloud City alone. He decided to go to Yong. The current Yong was in Han Su's grasp of military and political power, reforming the court. Although he had the support of the Mahist sect, the prestige of stopping Zhuang Gaoxian, the Crimson Horse Guards, and the prestige of turning the tide, this reform was rolling in waves. There was no possibility of failure. But there would still be resistance. The old class of interests would inevitably resist the changes in the current rules. This was not something that could be changed by anyone's subjective will. It was a fundamental conflict of interests. Where there was conflict, there would be dispute. Although Han Su had enough methods to maintain the stability of the overall situation, a period of internal chaos was unavoidable. It was precisely this period of stability and chaos that was the best opportunity. Only then would there be the possibility of obtaining millet from the fire and going to the Azure Cloud Pavilion to retrieve the lost buildings of the Cloud Top Immortal Palace. If the situation was completely stabilized, any action at the Azure Cloud Pavilion would easily draw a reaction from the Yong court. If the situation was too chaotic, the heroes of all sides would scramble for benefits. Being alone, it would be difficult for him to gain any benefit. Zhuang Gaoxian and Du Ruhui's pursuit had come to an end. For Jiang Wang, the safest place in the entire western region was Yong. The war between Zhuang and Yong had just ended, and Yongchang County was newly annexed. The two countries still had armies stationed at the Dragon Sealing Pass and Inga City, facing each other head-on. It was impossible for Zhuang Gaoxian and Du Ruhui to enter Yong at this time. Moreover, after the Battle of Changhe, Zhuang Gaoxian had given up on the pursuit. In the future, he might not be able to find any traces of Jiang Wang. After killing Zhuang Chengqian and removing the heart demon, Jiang Wang did not relax without worries. Instead, he had an even more urgent pursuit of increasing his strength. The terrifying pressure that Zhuang Chengqian had given him was something that he never wanted to experience again. The feeling of struggling in a hopeless situation was not pleasant. Only greater strength could allow him to walk on a smooth path. Zhuang Gaoxian's pursuit was a wake-up call for him, making him unable to slack off for even a moment. Needless to say, he had never slacked off in his diligent cultivation. Looking at all the gains he had made along the way, the Cloud Apex Immortal Palace of Great Origins had already gathered the Ethereal Hall and the Cloud Heaven Pavilion. Of the 3 known lost buildings, only the Azure Cloud Pavilion remained. If he did not give it a try, he would not be satisfied. Jiang Wang wore a mask and wrapped himself tightly as he quietly flew away from the snow-embracing peak. He had already made up his mind, so he turned northwest. The youth would always have his direction and would always move forward resolutely. He left Yun without any incident, leaving this beautiful country above the clouds. Not long after he flew out of the border, he suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Jiang Wang stopped in midair and unsheathed his sword, but before he could do so, his hand was pressed back, and his sword was also pressed back into the scabbard. A black shadow shrouded the sky, and a fist blasted him to the ground. Bang! Jiang Wang was smashed to the ground without any resistance. The Tao energy in his body was in chaos, and he barely managed to get up. Another fist landed and smashed him to the ground. Then, it was a storm of punches and kicks. This familiar feeling, Jiang Wang felt sorrowful. Old monk, you're still coming. Every time he struggled, he would be blasted back. From the beginning to the end, he could not even turn his head back. Once is enough, I'm warning you. Jiang Wang roared in grief and indignation. Don't think that you can be unscrupulous just because you saved me. I have a temper. I'm serious, old monk. Don't force me to fight back, Don't force me to call for help. Cloud Heaven Pavilion Master and I are on the same side. Oh, I'm wrong. Let's talk nicely, In the midst of the mysterious person's storm-like beating, a cloud suddenly floated over. A hairy hoof stretched out from it and fiercely smacked Jiang Wang's butt. The mysterious person immediately retracted his fist and flicked his sleeve, disappearing into the air. Chapter 751. Amidst the drifting clouds, a certain Yi Zichen was complaining. Why are you meddling? If something were to happen, wouldn't this pavilion lord be making a loss? I'm not stupid. I'm paying attention. The strange beast giggled. How delightful. Yes, a certain Taoist master Yi heaved a long sigh, his face full of comfort. Understanding the affairs of the world is cultivation. Understanding one's thoughts is a resource. The strange beast swung its tail. You took advantage of the situation. But you also cut off part of the karma for him. It won't hinder the road ahead, right? A certain Taoist master Yi flicked his finger, and a piercing light pierced through the sky. The floating clouds scattered. Some burden is a mountain to him, but it's a speck of dust to me. Fierce winds and torrential rain hit the banana leaves. What was the meaning of this? The thug who committed the crime left. Jiang Wang took a while to adjust his chaotic Tao essence. After being beaten by Ku Ju twice in a row, he was so angry that his teeth itched. The first time he was beaten, he wanted to relieve the old monk's resentment for failing to take him in as a disciple. But this resentment lasted for too long. Why did he beat him again and again? Was he addicted to beating him? How could Jiang Wang face others after being beaten like this every few days? How could he hold his head high in front of his younger sister? But as for how to take revenge on Ku Ju, he couldn't do it. After all, Ku Ju really did save his life and was an elder. And he couldn't beat him. You can't blame me, Jingli. He finally gritted his teeth and said, if you want to blame someone, blame your master. How Ku Ju beat him today, he would return it to Ku Ju's precious disciple. He would make Ku Ju anxious and angry, and make this yellow-faced old monk stare at him. Forget it. After fantasizing for a while, Jiang Wang finally sighed. He picked up the mask that had been knocked off and slowly put it back on. Taking out my anger on others isn't the conduct of a hero. I'd better cultivate properly and make this old monk unable to beat me sooner. That's the right thing to do. The state of Yong was northwest of the Yun state. A long river passed through the territory of Hachang Prefecture. Jiang Wang controlled his Tao energy to move around the parts of his body that had been beaten up, soothing the pain as he walked forward. But why do I feel like there was more than one person who hit me just now? Was there a cleansing gift or not? It was too chaotic, so I didn't notice. Jingli looks so innocent. He can't be that bad, right? Monk Jingli, who was being nagged, was currently crying. He knelt on the ground. His clean and starched robes were stained with blood. Her clean eyebrows wrinkled into a ball, and she began to sob. In the light from the window, his eyes were pure and clear. In front of him was a haggard old monk with a yellow face. His eyes were closed and he was motionless. Not long after. Cry, 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 what are you crying for? The yellow-faced old monk opened his eyes and scolded, are you crying at a funeral? Sob, sob, sob. But master, you. Jingli cried until he was out of breath. Your injuries are so serious. This was a small, shabby temple that stood on a bare mountain. There was nothing to shield them from the wind, and the wind blew to and fro. There were only 2 rooms in the temple, and they were divided into the front and back halls. The front hall was the place of worship, but there was only one wooden statue. It was unknown which Buddha was carved on it because it did not have a face. It was unknown whether it was not carved in the beginning, or it had become blurry over the years. In any case, it was worshipped there. This faceless Buddha naturally did not have many incense offerings. The offering plate in front of the Buddha statue was already empty. Even a mouse could not chew on any crumbs. The back hall was where the monks lived. There was only one bed in the room. Kuju was lying on the bed, so Jingli could only sit on the ground. Kuju risked his injuries to forcefully charge against the heavenly wind. Before he had time to rest, he engaged in an intense battle with the high-spirited Zhuang Gaoxian above the Long River. Although he was not at a disadvantage during the battle, his injuries worsened after he left the battle. That alone was not a big deal. After that, he pretended to be dead to trick Jiang Wang into shaving his head. Jiang Wang was determined not to become a monk and refused to agree no matter what. In a fit of anger, he stood up and beat him violently. After his resentment dissipated, he left in a carefree manner. He returned to the Xiankong temple to deal with his own troublesome matters. Unfortunately, on the way back to the Xiankong temple, he happened to meet his old rival. When his old rival saw that he was injured, how could he not chase after him and beat him up? This battle was extremely tragic. It was only because the old monk was cunning and had many tricks up his sleeve that he was able to find an opportunity to escape back to the Xiankong temple's territory. At this point, his injuries were very serious. Of course, from the way he scolded him, it could be seen that his life was not in danger. He even raised his hand and hit Jing Li's bald head. Crying all the time, useless. Can you learn from your junior brother Jingshen? When he saw me covered in blood, he didn't even frown. After saying that, he pondered for a moment. That's not right. He doesn't have feelings. You bastard, I hit you too lightly. Woo-woo. Jingli shrunk his head, but he was still crying. Master, slow down. My wounds are opening up. At this moment, there was a sudden tremor outside the temple, like thunder. Are you dead? Ku Ju immediately lay down and closed his eyes, his qi declining. Monk Jingli also stopped talking and sobbed silently. The old monk, who was so thin that he was only skin and bones, took a few steps into the back hall. His face was sickly, and his voice was like a large bell. Ku Ju, you touched my smelling bell without permission. What's your crime? When Ku Ju rushed thousands of miles to save Jiang Wang, he specially brought my smelling bell with him. Along the way, all evil avoided him, and no one stopped him. However, my smelling bell was the treasure of the Xiankong temple. Only Buddhist practitioners who did special things could wear it when they went out. Special things were Buddhist affairs. Of course, Ku Ju was not a Buddhist practitioner. The Xiankong temple would not support him in saving a disciple who refused to shave his head and had no status. It was even more impossible for them to allow him to take away my smelling bell for Jiang Wang. Therefore, he stole it himself and did not tell anyone. At this moment, Ku Ju came to denounce him. Ku Ju closed his eyes, his qi was weak, and he did not respond. Jingli burst into tears. Martial uncle, don't yell at my master. He's seriously injured. This little monk was crying too sadly. Ku Ju, who had experienced many hardships, could not help but feel pity. Martial uncle did not yell at your master. Martial uncle's voice is just loud. He was already restraining himself, but his voice was still as loud as thunder. Then Martial uncle, please don't speak. Jingli cried. Let my master rest. Ku Ju was momentarily stunned. If I don't speak, how can I denounce your master? He wanted to go around Jingli and pick up Ku Ju. However, he knew that Ku Ju was indeed seriously injured this time. He was afraid that he would be too heavy-handed and injure Ku Ju again. At this moment, he suddenly understood why Ku Di, as the head of the Guanshi Hall, had taken the initiative to avoid this task and let him do it, even though it was part of his responsibility to follow the rules. It was likely that Ku Di understood how difficult it was to hold Ku Ju accountable. He had rushed overexcitedly, wanting to take the opportunity to gain the upper hand and teach him a lesson. However, as soon as he entered, he was stopped. He was in a dilemma. The head of the Dragon Subduing Institute, the fierce Great Master Ku Ju, was momentarily at a loss. Chapter 752. During the long period of Han Yin's rule, Yong was no longer as strong as it was during Emperor Yongming's and Han Zhou's era. It had completely retreated from the north, but it still had 13 prefectures: Tianming, Jing'an, Nanxiang, Taining, Shunan, Yonghuai, Hachang, Fuchun, Lainan, Fuming, Yiyang, Zhenyou, and Lingbei. Compared to Zhuang, which only had 3 prefectures, it was huge. If it weren't for Jing and Jing, the natural barrier of Qichang mountain range, and the many generations of talented Zhuang lords, Yong would have swallowed Zhuang long ago. But no matter what the reasons were, Zhuang didn't fall after hundreds of years. Instead, it grew stronger day by day, which was seen by many as proof that Han Yin had lost his edge. Especially in the year 3919 of the Tao calendar, a war that involved a lot of people ended in a short time at the start of the new year. People suddenly realized a terrifying fact. Since Zhuang Chengqian founded the country, Zhuang had been suppressed and humiliated, but it had never lost a country war. Regardless of whether it was the Mo kingdom, the Yong kingdom, or the Su kingdom that had long been destroyed, Zhuang Chengqian fought a bloody battle in Qichang mountain range and stopped Han Yin's army. Zhuang Gaoxian started 2 country wars. The first time, he hurt Yong's border army and won many years of peace. The second time, he almost destroyed Yong. The strength of Zhuang's army was frightening. After Zhuang Yong's country war, the entire Lingbei prefecture was occupied by Zhuang. Yiyang prefecture was divided by Dragon Sealing Pass. The south side was also under Zhuang's control and was included in Zhuang's Yongchang prefecture. Dragon Ceiling Pass was about 2/3 of Yiyang Prefecture's south side. Thus, in terms of geography, most of Yiyang Prefecture's territory still belonged to Yong. But due to the importance of Dragon Ceiling Pass, the entire Yiyang Prefecture was within the range of Dragon Ceiling Pass. That was why Yingu City had sprung up from the ground to eliminate this geographical disadvantage. What Jiang Wang was fortunate was that Qinyun Pavilion's base was in Shun'an Prefecture in the west of Yong, and not in Yiyang Prefecture, where Zhuang Yang's army was facing off. If it was in Yiyang Prefecture, he wouldn't even have to think about it and would just give up. Shun'an Prefecture was one of the rare places that wasn't affected by the previous country wars. Lan'an Prefecture to the south was attacked by Zhuang Luo's army but was quickly driven out. In the south, the vanguard of the Zhuang country never managed to pass through the Dragon Ceiling Pass. In the north, the Red Horse Guards of the Jing country never managed to break into Jing'an Prefecture. The only time the entire Shun'an Prefecture had been close to war was perhaps when Prime Minister Du Ruhui of the Zhuang state had attacked the Yong border and restrained the military strength of the Yong state's divine descendant. He had briefly descended upon the prefectural capital, Ningyuan City, and struck a blow. He hadn't even broken through the great defensive array before hastily leaving. Therefore, compared to places like Yiyang and Lan'an, the atmosphere in Shun'an Prefecture was obviously much more peaceful. Walking on the streets of Shun'an Prefecture's Wenxi County, Jiang Wang could clearly feel Han Su's control over the entire country. People could not hide their uneasiness about the changes. For example, in the Yong Kingdom, where Moism was the orthodox school of thought, the Confucian academies, Taoist academies, and even the monasteries needed to be demolished or rebuilt. The businesses that had been built around these Confucian academies, Taoist academies, and temples were naturally dealt a devastating blow. However, these people were also from Yong and needed to make a living. This was the fundamental contradiction. However, everything he saw was proceeding in an orderly manner. People were anxious, but they were not angry, nor were they numb. In this era of change, they had confidence in the court and hope for the future. Hope could lead people to overcome all difficulties. It seemed to require no cost and originated from the spirit, but it just so happened that it required the most effort. It wasn't hard to imagine how long the new court of Yong, headed by Han Su, had prepared for this day. With the support of the Mahist family, this was not impossible. The Mahist family's mechanical techniques were unparalleled in the world. Just the various mechanical creations were enough to make them the wealthiest in the world. With the Mahist family pouring down some resources, it was not difficult to soothe the pain of the changes. However, what surprised Jiang Wang the most was that the scene of the Mahist family's mechanical beasts swaggering through the streets did not occur. He even used 3 days to walk through most of the streets of Wenxi County and did not see many members of the Mahist family. Perhaps the Mahist family still had some misgivings about getting involved in the national system and supporting Han Su was only a trial. Or perhaps the Mahist family had internal disagreements and did not fully invest. Or perhaps Han Su's methods were ingenious, using the Mahist school as the national language but not allowing the Mahist family's influence to seep into all walks of life. In short, the military and political power of Yong was clearly still under Han Su's sole control. Yong was Han Su's Yong and not, as many people had guessed, a Juqing that existed in a different form. Juqing was steel. Juqing was the holy land of the Mahist family. According to legend, it was a truly majestic city made of steel. However, apart from the upper echelons of the Mahist family, no one knew its exact location. From Jiang Wang's observations, the relationship between the Yong court and the Mahist family was more of a cooperative relationship than a dependent relationship. As for how Han Su had managed to deal with the obviously much stronger Mahist family, Jiang Wang did not know. It could be assumed that the soul-stirring details were not enough for outsiders to understand. During these 3 days, Jiang Wang did not run around randomly. While he was recuperating and adjusting himself to peak condition, he did his best to gather intelligence and analyze information in preparation for his ultimate goal. Shun'an Prefecture was one of the border prefectures of Yong. It was hard to avoid having dragons and snakes mixed together. In addition, Yong was currently in a critical period of political reform, so all sorts of people were active in Yong. At such a time, Han Su needed to maintain the stability of the country. As a result, people like Jiang Wang, who wore masks and wrapped tightly around his body, were not very eye-catching. Just like the previous few days, he carried a bowl of pork to the back street of the inn he was staying in and walked south along the clean street. He changed into a more ordinary zodiac dragon mask that only covered the upper half of his face, so it did not affect his ability to eat. Pork was a unique delicacy of Shun'an Prefecture in Yong. It was actually a type of fried pasta that was molded into the shape of a small bird. The surface was crispy, and when bitten, it would produce a chirp 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 sound similar to that of a living creature. The locals called it pork because it was so delicious that no matter how much it chirped, it could not escape the fate of being eaten. The appearance was very peculiar, but the taste was very good. Jiang Wang had only been here for a few days, but he was already accustomed to eating a bowl every morning, just like the locals. Because the size of the dough was not uniform, a bowl of pork could only contain 12 to 15 balls. It was purely dependent on whether the shopkeeper's hand trembled. Jiang Wang was lucky today, so there were 15 balls in his bowl. This made him a lot happier, and his footsteps became lighter as he walked on the street. Unexpected encounters were often not pleasant surprises. His gaze casually but carefully swept over his surroundings. As usual, he collected as much information as possible, but his gaze was unfocused. At this moment, the figures of the passers-by on the street seemed to blur. The poor call that they bit out sounded like it was on the horizon. Everything was far away. He only noticed the person walking towards him. The person who led him to complete his first intersect mission and performed heroically at the Tao discussion of the 3 cities. He often told others that he was, but he probably wanted to find more than anyone else. Zhang Linchuan. P.S. I want to eat all the delicacies in Chiexan. Or when I have free time, I can study the recipe and see if I can replicate something similar. Chapter 753. Maplewood City Tao Academy. Zhang Linchuan, ranked 3rd on the Tao merit list. Zhang Linchuan, the bone emissary who killed Maplewood City Lord Wei Qiji. Jiang Wang's eyes turned slightly. His footsteps were still light, he was still chewing the food in his mouth, and he was still crying out. It was as if nothing had changed. Only he knew what had happened just now. It was impossible not to be affected. It was impossible not to change his mood and even his purpose. Because he had used the white bone escape technique to escape with Jiang Anan and Song Qingji at the beginning of the Earth Calamity, he only had a rough idea of what had happened in Maplewood City. He knew that Dong A had lied to him. He knew that Zhuang Gaoxian and Du Ruhui had watched the people in the city die and snatched the white bone true elixir from the white bone god. Zhuang Gaoxian had used it to recover from his injuries and become a perfected person. Lu Yen and Dong A's conversation allowed him to know part of the truth. However, he still knew more about the disaster from the statement that Zhuang Ting had announced. Most of the announcements were lies. Jiang Wang clearly did not have any credibility. Later, he had killed Snake Bone Face with his sword. He had obtained some information from Snake Bone Face's interrogation before he died. Snake Bone Face had said that the higher-ups of the White Bone Path were Sacred Lord Whitebone, Second Elder Lu Yen, Bone Emissary Zhang Linchuan, Saintess, Dragon Face, Monkey Face, and Rabbit Face. Later, in Qingyang town, Monkey Face had been killed by Fong Chang, and Dragon Face had been killed by him. Rabbit Face had escaped after attacking Dragon Face with the heart-loathing thorn. The higher-ups of the White Bone Path were only Sacred Lord White Bone, Second Elder, Bone Emissary, Saintess White Bone, and Rabbit Face. Then, on the battlefield of Qiyang, Lu Yen had betrayed them, and Miao Yu had ambushed the White Bone sect. Almost all the higher-ups of the White Bone Path, who were still alive, had betrayed Sacred Lord White Bone. The followers who were loyal to the White Bone sect had all died for various reasons. There was no doubt that they could die so cleanly because there was a hand behind the scenes. It was the internal cleansing of the White Bone Path. Just like Dragon Face, the strongest of the 12 bone faces. Jiang Wang was not enough to kill him, so Rabbit Face helped him. At that time, Jiang Wang already knew that Holy Lord Whitebone was the substitute body of the Whitebone God. After seeing Sacred Lord Whitebones flee in panic, he even felt that Lu Yen, Zhang Linchuan, and the others might be able to kill Sacred Lord Whitebones. But Zhuang Chengqian, as Jiang Yen, reminded him at that time that he lacked respect for the gods of the netherworld. At that time, Jiang Wang tried to test Jiang Yen, but to no avail. He only had some suspicions. However, in the underwater demon cave, the White Bone God and Zhuang Chengqian had the most intense confrontation. The White Bone God's desire for Zhuang Chengqian showed that his plan to create the incarnation of the plague had failed. Based on the information about Zhang Linchuan killing Wei Quji, Zhang Linchuan should only be in the inner mansion realm. Now that Jiang Wang had opened up 2 manners and grasped 2 great divine abilities, he was not afraid at all. However, judging from Sacred Lord Whitebone's failure, the strength of the people from the White Bone's path was unfathomable. It should be known that the White Bone God was so terrifying that he had forced someone like Zhuang Chengqian into a desperate situation. Even though the White Bone God did not consume as much power as he did to Zhuang Chengqian, nor did he have a terrifying divine skill like the unlivable calamity that lasted for hundreds of years, it was still amazing to be able to defeat him. Among the current higher-ups of the White Bone's path, the one with the most terrifying strength should be Lu Yen. In the area of Maplewood City, he was an outer sect master. As the only remaining elder of the White Bone's path, his status should be the highest. However, in Qingyang town, the name that the Dragon Bone God roared before his death was Zhang Linchuan. In other words, it was very likely that in the eyes of the Dragon Bone God, the core person who betrayed the sect was Zhang Linchuan, not Lu Yen. Of course, it could not be ruled out that the first person he thought of before his death was the person who instructed the rabbit-faced man to rebel. Considering all these factors, Jiang Wang could not be sure of Zhang Linchuan's strength. He was here for revenge, not to die. Therefore, when he saw Zhang Linchuan, he did not choose to draw his sword and rush to him. Instead, he hid his emotions and let himself walk calmly. On the peaceful streets of the county town, the passers-by went their own way. The peaceful life repeated itself. When he met a fellow countryman in a foreign country, the fellow countryman did not know the hatred of the fellow countryman. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Jiang Wang never took the initiative to ask about the relevant information of the Qingyun Pavilion during his time in Wenxi County. He just listened to it or led others to take the initiative to talk about it. He booked a room in an inn that was neither too comfortable nor too comfortable. Every day, he went out for a stroll during the day. On the surface, he wandered around and tasted the local delicacies, but secretly collected relevant information. As soon as it was dark, he returned to the inn. He did not cause any trouble or make any trouble. He steadily explored the newly opened second inner mansion and mastered the new supernatural power. In addition, he worked hard to reduce the swelling on his body. Yi Lingxiao was not a kind person. The bruises left by the 2 immortals would not really hurt Jiang Wang, but it was not easy to remove them. He needed to control his Taoist energy to do an extremely delicate resistance to remove those traces little by little. However, this process itself sped up the adjustment of Jiang Wang's state, allowing him to recover to the peak of his current stage at a faster speed. Walking on the streets of Wensi County, Jiang Wang was no different from all the foreigners walking on this street. He blended in well and walked naturally. Even the action of eating was the same as usual. However, in his mouth, there was no taste of delicious food. There was only the sound of chewing with every bite. It was a helpless and futile cry. "Is it delicious?" An aunt with a hearty smile greeted him. She was probably a local of Wensi County. When she saw Jiang Wang eating happily, she felt a sense of pride in the local delicacies. Even though he was wearing a mask and his face could not be seen, she was not indifferent. "It's so delicious," Jiang Wang said with a smile. He deliberately adjusted his accent to avoid being recognized by Zhang Linchuan, even though Zhang Linchuan might not remember his voice. The thin lines of his lips exposed outside the zodiac dragon mask were very clear, and his chin had a clean curve. The pockmarked noodles in the north of the city are also very delicious. The aunt was enthusiastic and generous. "Let's go and try it tonight," Jiang Wang said. The aunt just said a few words when passing by. When she heard Jiang Wang's response, she moved quickly and continued to walk forward with satisfaction. She walked past Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang turned around and looked back. "Thank you." "You're welcome." The aunt did not look back. She felt very proud that she had made a contribution to her hometown again. In the area of Maplewood City, which had been dead forever, there used to be such a lovely villager. Jiang Wang withdrew his gaze and continued to walk forward. When he turned around just now, he had seen Zhang Linchuan's back clearly and saw the direction he was going. Why did he come to the state of Yong? What did he want to do? Where would he go? The map of the whole Wensi County in his mind gradually became clear and concrete. Jiang Wang walked briskly and bit the last cry of poverty, chewing. Chapter 754. Jiang Wang walked forward until he reached the end of the street. Very naturally, he turned right, walked forward, turned left, and then quickly turned into a small alley. He walked through Wensi County town with ease and familiarity, as if he had lived here for a long time and had no interaction with the passers-by. He flipped into a courtyard. When he reappeared, he was already wearing a cloak and a black robe. He had changed his attire. Before he left, he deliberately made a noise. Not long after, a naked fat man rushed out from inside. He held a steel saber in his hand, looking aggressive. Looking into the courtyard, he immediately cursed, "I'm your mother! Where's my robe that I hung out to dry?" A skinny man beside him also squeezed out, "Hey! Who did it? My cloak that I hung outside has also been stolen. I'm your mother." The fat man looked around and cursed, "You even dare to steal my Jing Laosan's things. Third brother, look." The skinny man's eyes suddenly lit up and he pointed forward. The fat man narrowed his eyes and looked. There was a stone table in the courtyard. The clothesline that used to hang the robe was not far from the stone table. At this moment the robe was gone. Instead, there was a shiny silver ingot on the stone table. It could buy who knows how many sets of robes and bamboo hat. Wow! Jing Laosan was furious. He strode forward and chopped down with his saber, "Little thief, you dare to humiliate me!" His voice was filled with indignation. It was obvious that his dignity and personality had been greatly challenged. The steel saber fell, splitting the silver ingot into two pieces. The saber blade struck the stone table, creating sparks. Jing Laosan's fat hand swiped and took away the majority of the silver ingot, leaving only a small piece. "Fourth brother, this is the money he left for you to buy the cloak. I'll take the money for my robe first." Even though Li Laosan had something to say, he couldn't say it in front of the shiny steel saber. He could only bitterly say, "Listen to Big Brother." There were 3 countries to the west of Yong. From north to south they were Chun, Reef, and Luo. Chun was in the northwest, Luo was in the southwest, and Reef was in the west. Shun'an Prefecture was the western prefecture of the Yong Kingdom, and Wensi County was located in the western part of Shun'an Prefecture, close to the border town. It was not too far from the Reef Kingdom. The headquarters of the Clear Cloud Pavilion was located in such a remote place. It could be seen that they were not doing well. It was probably slightly stronger than Qingguo's ethereal palace, but it was still limited. This trip to the Azure Cloud Pavilion to search for the lost building of the Cloud Top Immortal Palace was different from the time in the Ethereal Palace. In the Ethereal Palace, Do Mian had already cleared all obstacles, including the resistance from the upper echelons of the Qing nation. The Ethereal Palace completely belonged to Do Mian. With Do Mian's cooperation, he only needed to go over and take over. As for the Azure Cloud Pavilion, he had to consider the upper echelons of Yong. He didn't have the backing of the Do family or the Chu Kingdom. Therefore, even if the strength of the Azure Cloud Pavilion was not that great, he still had to keep a low profile. The lost building of the Cloud Top Immortal Palace, regardless of whether the people of the Azure Cloud Pavilion knew of its existence or not, would not allow Jiang Wang to take it away so easily. It was even impossible for him to make a deal with it. If he boldly went to the Azure Cloud Pavilion and made his conditions clear, the biggest possibility was that the Azure Cloud Pavilion would swallow the Cloud Top Immortal Palace whole. In a foreign country, with no clear path in front of him and no support behind him, he had to be extremely cautious. The fact that Jiang Wang was willing to use 3 days to walk through most of the streets of Wensi County and familiarize himself with the county was the embodiment of this caution. And this caution, at least at this very moment, had won him the first advantage over Zhang Linchuan, the geographical advantage. He had to make good use of this advantage to achieve victory. Wearing a cloak and a long robe, Jiang Wang strode forward and quickly arrived at his target's location. On the street where he had just met Zhang Linchuan, there were not many possible destinations that Zhang Linchuan could have chosen. At that time, when he had turned around to thank the auntie, he had seen from the corner of his eye that Zhang Linchuan was heading to the left. That direction was a straight road. On the way there were 5 forks in the road, 3 to the left and 2 to the right, each leading to a different place. The intersection that Jiang Wang had just arrived at was the first one on the left. Judging from Zhang Linchuan's previous walking speed, if nothing unexpected happened, he should have passed through or turned into this fork in half an hour. Timing was very important. After silently calculating the time in his heart, Jiang Wang steadied his breath and stepped out. He didn't intend to do anything now. But the first meeting just now was too sudden. In order to hide his hostility, he didn't have time to take a closer look. He needed to see Zhang Linchuan again, observe his state, feel his breath, and get more accurate information. At the same time, he was also wondering if there was a way to leave a trace on Zhang Linchuan. Perhaps he could try to sneak into a spirit concealment snake? He quickly rejected this idea. The Tongtian Palace was a key place. The spirit concealment snake would almost certainly be discovered. That would alert the enemy. Or he could capture some breath and keep it for later investigation. This could be considered a way out. Unfortunately, the level of trace was too low. He was afraid that it could not bear the heavy responsibility. In short, the first purpose was to determine Zhang Linchuan's current strength and state. The second purpose was to try to leave a possibility of investigation. The best result was that in addition to this, he could also confirm the goal of Zhang Linchuan's trip. In that way, he could make a completely targeted plan, just like how he dealt with Hai Zongming. Know yourself and know your enemy, and then you will win every battle. It should be said that Jiang Wang's attitude was cautious, and his actions were steady. He walked out of the intersection and turned right. There were many pedestrians coming from the opposite direction. They were of different heights, fat and thin, and their accents were mixed. Jiang Wang made himself calmer and more relaxed. He casually glanced around. Nothing. There was no figure that matched the target. Zhang Linchuan was gone. Jiang Wang's heart stopped for a moment, and Sauvignon Blanc almost jumped out of its sheath on the spot. But his breathing was steady and his eyes were calm. He still walked forward calmly. His heart immediately resumed beating, and he tried to beat as gently as possible. There was a problem. This was a fork that he had to pass, but he didn't see Zhang Linchuan appear. He either suddenly changed his direction or suddenly changed his speed. No matter what the reason was, it seemed that he had discovered something. Had he been discovered? The more it was like this, the calmer he should be. Jiang Wang walked slowly. He seemed to be carelessly pressing his hand on his sword, but his thoughts were spinning rapidly in his mind. If he were Zhang Linchuan, no matter how he discovered it, even if he really discovered it, what could he discover? It was nothing more than being suddenly noticed by a passerby on the streets of Wenxi County in the Yong Kingdom. That passerby was wearing a mask and wrapped tightly. His voice was also very unfamiliar. Could he recognize that it was Jiang Wang? For the Bone Envoy, he needed to pay attention to Dong A and Wei Qiji, who could interfere with the Bone Path's plan. Even for the identity of Zhang Linchuan of the Zhang family, Jiang Wang was just a new inner sect disciple, a rising star of the Dao Academy. He had probed him once in Tangxi Town, but it was just a probe in his impression. Jiang Wang must have been destroyed along with the Maplewood City. He was no different from the hundreds of thousands of people who had died. At that time, was Jiang Wang more outstanding than Wei Yan, Zhao Lang, Shen Nanqi, and them? And did he show hostility and killing intent? Jiang Wang examined himself seriously. He was very sure that he didn't show any emotions. Then, facing a stranger who only showed attention, what choice would Zhang Linchuan make? Kill him, avoid him, and find out what was going on? The Bone Envoy was naturally indifferent to life and death. The choice of killing someone was no more difficult than killing a chicken. But the best time had been missed. If he wanted to kill someone, he should have made his move the moment Jiang Wang observed Zhang Linchuan but failed. There was no movement until now, which meant that Zhang Linchuan had given up on the first choice. For someone like Zhang Linchuan, there was naturally no need to avoid a stranger who was paying attention to him. Therefore, he probably wanted to find out what was going on. He wanted to know who was paying attention to him and why. Was there any hostility towards him? As his thoughts raced, he quickly made a judgment. Zhang Linchuan might be spying on him in the dark. Jiang Wang's footsteps quickened and he suddenly sped up. However, when his gaze swept over, the pedestrians were the same as before. No one within his field of vision showed any abnormalities. Where was Zhang Linchuan hiding? Now the situation had reversed. The enemy was in the dark while he was in the light. Jiang Wang had to admit that Zhang Linchuan was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. He had concealed himself several times before coming to observe Zhang Linchuan. Now it seemed that he was still not cautious enough. He didn't know where he had exposed himself, but at this point, he could only deal with it. He had to deal with it well. At this moment, a green-skinned man was walking over in a sloppy manner. The young man was about to turn right, but for some reason, he changed his mind and went to the left. He just happened to bump into a man dressed as a scholar. It seemed that going to the left was a bad choice. "Are your dog eyes blind?" Qing Pai angrily grabbed the skinny scholar. The scholar said angrily, "I went this way, and you also went this way. How can you blame me? How dare you quibble?" The young man raised his fist and was about to hit him. A hand caught his fist. "It's just a small matter. Why do you have to be like this?" Jiang Wang easily separated the two people who were entangled and gently advised, "When you go out, harmony is the most important thing." In the interval of persuasion, he carefully observed the people on the street, but the result was the same. He still didn't find the figure suspected to be Zhang Linchuan. Am I worrying for nothing? He thought. Zhang Linchuan may have suddenly received some news and turned around to leave. It had better be so. The young man was easily caught by Jiang Wang. He knew that he was powerful and didn't even say a word. As soon as Jiang Wang persuaded him, he hurriedly left. Brother, thank you for your help. The thin scholar cupped his hands and thanked him. You're welcome. Jiang Wang patted him on the shoulder and continued to move forward. I have something to do. I'll go first. At this moment, the crowd on the street suddenly stopped. The figures disappeared one by one. After the crowd faded away, only a figure was left in front of them. His back was straight, his hair hanging down, and his temperament was cold, as if he was out of the world. He was the only one left on the long street. As far as the eye could see, there was only this figure left. He turned around. Chapter 755. In Jiang Wang's observation, this figure originally didn't exist in front of him. This figure that belonged to Zhang Linchuan had never appeared in his field of vision before. But when he saw it now, it didn't seem out of place. He turned around and looked at Jiang Wang with a calm expression. Do you know that sight also has weight? On the street I passed before, there were a total of 286 people. There were 97 people whose gazes swept over me, and you were one of them. On the entire street, there were only 5 people who turned their heads in my direction, and you were one of them. Now I see you again. Although you wear a bamboo hat and a robe, the way you walk, the confident air, and the certainty you hold your sword all tell me, we meet again. And we meet again after you purposely took such a big detour and covered yourself so stealthily. His voice was very gentle. Do you have something to explain? Jiang Wang stroked the hilt of his sword and raised his head to look at him. Do you need an explanation? As his voice fell, thousands of soul concealment snakes fiercely scuttled out from every corner of the street. Each of them had a fierce aura. This was the battlefield of the soul. Jiang Wang immediately discovered that this wasn't the real world, nor was it an illusion. His soul had been pulled into a mysterious place related to the soul. So he also brazenly summoned the soul concealment snakes. Zhang Linchuan's attainments in the soul were so deep that he had unwittingly dragged him into this place. It was simply terrifying. But his soul wasn't weak either. After absorbing Zhuang Qingqian's newly born soul origin, the injuries to his soul had already healed. After being strengthened by the red makeup mirror, a total of 3,000 soul concealment snakes that were 10 times stronger than before gave him the confidence to face the battle of the soul. And the sword spirit that was born from Luke's thoughts had supported him in the battle of the soul against Zhuang Qingqian. It could be said that he had rich experience in the battle of the soul. No matter how strong Zhang Linchuan was, he couldn't be stronger than Zhuang Qingqian. Even if this was the battlefield that Zhang Linchuan had chosen, and it was a place that would definitely tilt in his favor, he still had enough confidence to fight. Zhang Linchuan remained calm in the face of the sudden appearance of the soul-hidden snakes and the strength of his opponent's soul. After you stopped hiding it, I saw hatred in your eyes. He said, I can see that you hate me very much. Without waiting for Jiang Wang to speak, he continued, perhaps what you hate is my face? Jiang Wang frowned. What do you mean? He said, if you want to kill Zhang Linchuan, then you've got the wrong person. He was not Zhang Linchuan. It was absurd, but not completely unconvincing. At least, Jiang Wang couldn't figure out why Zhang Linchuan would lie and say that he wasn't Zhang Linchuan. I think I can still remember Zhang Linchuan's appearance, Jiang Wang said. What you remember is how he used to be. The man said, he looks like this now. As his finger moved, a face appeared in the air, gradually becoming clearer and more concrete. It was a young and ordinary face. It was neither ugly nor handsome. There were no sharp edges or special features. It looks familiar, Jiang Wang said. He was vaguely familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen this face. Because it was really ordinary. Maybe he had only seen it once. Do I look familiar? The man withdrew his finger, and the young face in the air slowly dissipated. Well, I'm glad to see you. Although he said that he was happy, his gaze was still warm and there were no ripples in it. That's all for today. As he spoke, he turned around and walked forward in front of Jiang Wang. He didn't seem to be on guard against Jiang Wang's attack, nor did he care about the soul-hidden snakes surrounding the street. By the way, he said, Zhang Linchuan's newly founded lifeless sect is now active in the Yong state. If you're interested, you can look for it. Jiang Wang held his sword and didn't move. He didn't question the authenticity of the man's words. He would verify it. He just watched the man who looked exactly like Zhang Linchuan go away and asked, "So who are you? If you have the chance to see me again, you will know my name." The man's footsteps didn't stop and he walked away just like that. The power that shrouded the soul disappeared. He was still on the streets of Wenxi County. The streets were packed with people. Jiang Wang had just brushed shoulders with the scholar. Nothing had changed. Everything that had happened in that mysterious place that involved the soul had almost no effect on reality. Even the time it had taken was almost negligible. Jiang Wang walked forward with steady steps, feeling the sweat slide down his spine. The opponent just now was very frightening. In the past, he had either used the great illusionary realm, the red mirror, or the soul Taoist technique to invade his opponent's Tongtian palace. So far, the only time his soul had been exposed to the world without any concealment was when Zhuang Chengqian had forcefully dragged him to the unlivable tribulation. But this time, he had been pulled into an unfamiliar and mysterious place that involved the soul almost without any warning. Compared to directly invading Tongtian Palace, pulling the opponent into such a mysterious place was undoubtedly a more advanced method. It was even an application that Jiang Wang had never heard of before. To do this was very difficult. Even the first step was difficult for Jiang Wang to understand. Because the first thing it had to solve was how to break through the Tongtian Palace's protection of the host's soul origin. Of all the opponents Jiang Wang had faced before, only Zhuang Chengqian had done this. But this person's strength was clearly far inferior to Zhuang Chengqian's. He had relied on an extremely brilliant use of the soul to accomplish this. Was it a divine ability? Or some kind of forbidden soul Taoist technique? Who was this person? Jiang Wang silently pondered for a while, but couldn't find any clues. At the same time, Wang Zhangji was also walking forward. In his mind, a faint thought flashed. That person just now seemed to have seen me before, and had an impression of my face. Was he also someone from Maplewood City? That was why he hated Zhang Linchuan so much. More people in Maplewood City had survived, which should have made him feel gratified. But in reality it didn't. He didn't have much attachment to Maplewood City, nor did he have much attachment to the people there. A small courtyard, a cat, and a gentle smiling face. That was all he cared about. But he had lost all of them. He couldn't help but be a little curious about the person he met today, the familiar good-for-nothing Wang Zhangji, who hated Zhang Linchuan and had inner mansion cultivation. Who could he be? But this little curiosity was also very unimportant. It didn't matter. Fate had its own inherent joke. Wang Zhangji and Jiang Wang had actually met before. At that time, the examination of the county academy had ended, and they had each sent Li Jianqiu and Wang Zhangxiang to Qinghe County Academy. Outside Maplewood City, Jiang Wang, Ling He, and the others had said goodbye to Li Jianqiu and said goodbye. At that time, Wang Zhangxiang had been surrounded by the Wang clan members. As the future of the Wang clan, he had been earnestly entrusted by the clan members, and didn't think that his elder brother would send him off. But in fact, Wang Zhangji had gone. He had only held the orange cat alone and stood in a corner of the city gate, not showing his face. The two people who had also gone to send him off felt a completely different atmosphere. When returning to the city, they had looked at each other from afar. But at this time, Jiang Wang and Wang Zhangji didn't remember. Chapter 756. Jiang Wang didn't know that Zhang Linchuan had changed his face for some reason. But he remembered this face clearly and wouldn't forget it. Of course, Jiang Wang wouldn't completely believe the words of the mysterious person he had just met. The truth still needed to be verified. But the mysterious man mentioned that the lifeless sect was active in Yong. When Maplewood City fell, Lu Yen, the second elder of the White Bone Path, sang the lifeless song of White Bone. The White Bone God used the terrifying original magic to set the date of Zhuang Qingqian's death. It was called the Lifeless Tribulation. The name Lifeless Sect obviously originated from the White Bone Path. According to the mysterious man, the Lifeless Sect was founded by Zhang Linchuan. It was unknown whether Zhang Linchuan founded the sect on his own or united the original forces of the White Bone Path to form the Lifeless Sect. If it was the latter, then Zhang Linchuan's strength had to be re-evaluated because he had at least suppressed Lu Yen, who was born with the nether eye and was at the peak of the outer tower. The Lifeless Sect was born after the White Bone Path was destroyed. It could be seen that Zhang Linchuan was the leader, or at least one of the leaders, who betrayed the White Bone Saint. What Jiang Wang wanted to know the most was how Zhang Linchuan got rid of the White Bone God and completed the betrayal and the establishment of the new sect. Or did he get rid of the White Bone God completely? Zhuang Qingqian got rid of the lifeless tribulation because he cultivated and influenced another self to fill the tribulation. Zhang Linchuan wasn't the White Bone Path disciple and didn't fall into the lifeless tribulation, so he wasn't bound so strongly. For example, Jiang Wang had also used the White Bone secret technique, but Zhuang Qingqian had silently erased that level of contamination. From this perspective, it wasn't impossible to get rid of the White Bone God. The White Bone God wasn't invincible. Zhuang Qingqian had proved this point. The name Lifeless Sect gave Jiang Wang a lot of information. In the underwater cave, one of Zhuang Qingqian's goals was to overthrow the White Bone God's divine throne. As a traitor of the White Bone Path, Zhang Linchuan might have the same ambition. He might even try to invade the White Bone God's divine power. Otherwise, why would another new group of forces be named Wusheng? However, Zhang Linchuan didn't know that the White Bone God had already cleared the biggest obstacle to his arrival. Perhaps the White Bone Dao fetus had already been born somewhere in the modern realm. Walking on the streets of Wenxi County, Jiang Wang was silent for a long time. He suddenly realized that he had unknowingly been comparing Zhuang Qingqian and Zhang Linchuan. Perhaps it was because both of them had gained an advantage in the battle against the White Bone God that Zhang Linchuan was extremely dangerous in his mind. He was not just an inner palace expert who could only rely on a sneak attack to kill Wei Qiuji. Zhang Linchuan's lifeless sect was active in the Yong Kingdom because of the recently concluded Kingdom War. The White Bone Path had always been familiar with this kind of thing happening in piles of corpses. But we can't rule out other conspiracies. He did not intend to follow the wishes of the mysterious man. The matter of the lifeless cult should be put aside for now. Since it was impossible to kill Zhang Linchuan for the time being, it was better to get everything back on track and resume his purpose of coming here. However, after the accident just now, Jiang Wang decided to be more cautious. The current Shun'an Prefecture had the upper echelons of the Yong Kingdom, the rather restrained disciples of the school of Moism, the lifeless cult, and the mysterious man with Zhang Linchuan's appearance. Undercurrents were surging. He had to control them well in order to achieve his goal safely. When he turned into a small alley and came out again, the bamboo hat and black robe had already been put away in the storage box. In any case, they were bought with silver. Perhaps they would be of use in the future. I wonder how Wei Buofeng and Zhuge Jun are doing in the ethereal hall. Have the two big parasites eaten up the ethereal hall? Jiang Wang had only given the support of the Qing kingdom a pawn and did not attach much importance to it. Thus, he only thought about it for a moment before skipping over it. According to the information he had gathered these past few days, the opportunity to enter the Azure Cloud Pavilion was right in front of him. Marquis Waning Jiao Wu's 300th birthday attracted countless guests. This old marquis, who had been in the military for a long time, was the undisputed number one in Shun'an Prefecture in terms of name, nobility, and cultivation. Moreover, it was such a big day like his 300th birthday. An endless stream of visitors was something that could be expected. The Marquis Waning residence was built outside of Tongyi County of Shun'an Prefecture. It occupied a large area and was just like a small city. Every day, there was an endless stream of carriages transporting daily necessities. At this moment, the line outside the Marquis residence to deliver gifts was several miles long. Jiang Wang was among them. His current identity was Yu Songhai, the sole disciple of the Shiyun sword sect in Jiuyu County. The Shiyun sword sect had long since declined. Most of the cultivation methods within the sect had been lost. When it came to Yu Songhai's generation, it was almost on the verge of extinction. In his early years, he had also been a guest at the Marquis residence. Of course, the so-called guest was nothing more than giving gifts and sitting at the banquet. He did not even get to see the face of the host. Up to now, he was still qualified to celebrate the birthday of Marquis Waning. His name was still recorded in the Marquis residence's gift book. However, he was already at the stage where he could not take out any decent gift. Jiang Wang was willing to take the trouble and pay out of his own pocket to deliver a gift for them. The real Yu Songhai was still imprisoned in a nameless cave. Jiang Wang used a sword manual from the ethereal hall to make a deal with him and borrow his identity for a while. In order to prevent him from jumping out and ruining things after taking the benefits, he had also taken some precautions. When the matter was completed, he would naturally be released. The sole disciple of the Shiyun sword sect, Yu Songhai, was a very suitable identity. This young cultivator was very hard-working in cultivation. After his only master died, he had been in seclusion all year round, bitterly cultivating in front of a few incomplete manuals. In other words, no one in the outside world knew him. Even in Jiuyu County, his name was only vaguely known, but not many people were familiar with him. Not to mention in the Marquis residence. If he shouted Yu Songhai, 10 out of 10 people probably wouldn't know him. The Azure Cloud Pavilion was in Wenxi County, but Jiang Wang came all the way to the Marquis residence in Tongyi County. Of course, he did not go to the wrong place. Instead, it was because the Azure Cloud Pavilion would definitely come to the Marquis residence to celebrate the birthday. Compared to directly visiting the residence, starting contact at the Marquis residence was undoubtedly a less likely choice to make people wary. The long line moved with difficulty, but Jiang Wang had enough patience. He waited while silently transferring his Tao essence. The traces of being beaten on his face had already disappeared, but it did not prevent him from continuing to try to understand how to use his Tao essence. The result might be in vain, but if he could gain something, it would be a great blessing. Sometimes, success was a little bit of possibility struggling in endless futility. While he was silently experiencing it, the sound of an eagle's cry from afar shook the crowd. Those whispering voices suddenly stopped, but in the next moment, they suddenly boiled over. Jiang Wang followed the gaze of the crowd and looked up. He only saw a huge black eagle flying through the air. It was the size of 2 adults, and its claws were like hooks. Its wings spread out, casting a huge shadow. Every eagle feather was like a steel knife. And on the back of the huge eagle stood a barefoot man with a black iron mask on his face and a red copper square box on his back. He did not need to listen to the discussions of others. A name naturally appeared in Jiang Wang's mind, the genius of the Mo family, Mo Jingyu. He knew him earlier than these people. Chapter 757. In the year 3919 of the Tao calendar, he had already achieved 2 mansions. Thinking back to the 15th day of the 6th month in the year 3917 of the Tao calendar, it was still as vivid as yesterday. That day, Zhuanglie escaped to the Zhuang border and was stopped by the 9 fiendish mysterious Yin formation. He showed his power and beat Gong Yangbai and Mo Jingyu until they could not fight back. That day, Li Yi's sword came from the west and killed Zhuanglie, who was using the Zhurong true body. That day, he climbed up from the edge of death and officially opened his meridians, becoming a transcendent. Later on, he had seen and experienced many wonderful battles. Some were even more intense than this, and some were of a higher level. However, there was no battle that had shocked him as much as that battle back then. Since he was very young, he yearned for the scenery of the transcendent world. But that was the first time he truly saw what transcendent was. At that time, he curled up on the haystack under the altar in the rundown temple, waiting for death. But the wonderful battles between the strong people of the world and Tianjiao of different countries made him excited and teared up. He told himself that the world he had always yearned for was like this. So he worked hard for so long, but he still could not become a transcendent. How could he die quietly? That was his most helpless and powerless moment. But when he looked up, he saw the scorching sun. In such a fierce battle, Zhuanglie subconsciously protected him. Just like the blazing sun that blocked the 10,000 flowing arrow rain. Transcendent power, transcendent courage, transcendent compassion. Later on, he used his amazing perseverance to struggle out of his sickly body. Among the fragments of Zhuanglie's flesh and blood, he groped for the meridian unlocking pill. The setting sun shone, the sick beggar swallowed the pill. Death received new life. At that time, no one knew that the old Tianjiao had died, and the new Tianjiao had appeared. But at that time, he thought that one day, he could also fly in the sky and travel through the earth. Gong Yangbai, Mo Jingyu, and even Zhuanglie and Li Yi. What they could do, he could do too. Today, when he saw Mo Jingyu again, he was still the center of attention. He had already opened the 2nd inner mansion and mastered 2 supernatural powers. He was no longer a child beggar who could only wait for death in a dilapidated temple. Instead, he truly had the power to decide his own fate. Life's fate was like this. It was true that Mo Jingyu would not remember him, nor would he care about a child beggar who was waiting for death during the Great War. Jiang Wang silently took out a cloak from his storage box and put it on his head. Better to be safe than sorry. In the current state of Yong, if a person from the Zhuang kingdom were to be caught, even if he didn't die, he would be half crippled. No one would care if he had a grudge against Zhuang Gaoxian. The sun is blinding my eyes, he casually explained, to make his behavior more reasonable. The people lining up in front of him and behind him all ignored him. Everyone's eyes were focused on Mo Jingyu. Everyone knew that Mo Gate was Yongting's greatest support at this point in time. The geniuses of the Mahist sect were naturally the targets of the Yong kingdom's nobles. And for Mo Jingyu to come to Marquis Wei Ning's residence to celebrate the birthday, many people could not help but ponder the political implications of this. However, among the people who had to line up to deliver gifts, there were naturally not many who knew the truth. In the end, it was all conjecture. It made people laugh. Compared to others, Jiang Wang had more doubts. If he remembered correctly, Mo Jingyu should be Qin Mo. Back then, he and Gong Yangbai were ordered by Ying Wu to ambush and kill Zhuanglie. The Qin kingdom was a powerful country in the world, and its attitude toward the sects and factions had always been to control the 100 schools and use them for its own purposes. On this point, it was the same as Qi. Just like how Yulong was first a Qi person and then a disciple of the legalism school. Qin Mo was also Qin before Mo Jingyu was first a Qin official and then a disciple of the Mahis school. However, the problem was that the current Yong kingdom had dismissed the 100 schools and only revered the Mahis school. In the foreseeable future, whether the new Yong kingdom would be Yong before Mo or Mo before Yong would be a mess that needed time to sort out. But at least for now, although Yong Kingdom was the first country that Mo Gate had tried to support with resources, it was still Yong Kingdom. Why would Mo Jingyu, a Qin citizen, come to Yong Kingdom? He even became an honored guest of Yong Kingdom's Marquis Waning. From the discussions of the people around him, he even shouldered a certain leadership role among the Mahis disciples in Yong Kingdom. Had Mo Jingyu completely returned to the Mahis school? Or was he shouldering some other mission? Hey! A fat hand patted him on the shoulder, pulling him out of his thoughts. Jiang Wang turned around and saw a fierce-looking fat man with a steel saber in his hand, his expression ferocious. A middle-aged man who looked like a wealthy merchant had been squeezed to the back of the line. "It's wrong to cut in line," Jiang Wang said. "What do you mean cut in line?" A skinny man darted out from the side, his hand reaching up to grab Jiang Wang's bamboo hat. Jiang Wang stepped back lightly, avoiding him. "Do you remember your grandfather?" Although the skinny man's hand missed, his tone was still arrogant. "If you have something to say, say it. Otherwise..." Jiang Wang sighed. "I'm going to call for help." "Huh? Call for help?" The fat man shouted angrily. "Why don't you ask around?" "I Zheng Laosan." The steward in front of Marquis Waning's residence glanced over from afar. His voice immediately lowered. "Is there any use in calling for help? Could it be that you won't leave Marquis Waning's residence for the rest of your life?" "That's right." The skinny man also chimed in. "You stole fourth master's bamboo hat and still dare to call for help? How can Marquis Waning's residence tolerate a thief like you?" It was actually the bamboo hat that was recognized. Jiang Wang really didn't expect that there would be such an accident. A bamboo hat he casually bought would actually meet the victim's family in such a faraway place. What was even more unexpected was that this bamboo hat had nothing special about it, yet it could still be recognized. He let out a deep sigh. "Didn't I give you money? You actually used money to insult your third master." Zheng Laosan was angry. "Is this a matter of money? Do grandfathers lack money?" The skinny man chimed in. "Fine." Jiang Wang took off the cloak and handed it forward. "I shouldn't have insulted you. I'll return the cloak to you, and you'll return the money to me." Zheng Laosan was unable to restrain his anger, but unfortunately, he was afraid of disturbing the steward of the Marquis's residence, so he lowered his voice, greatly affecting his prestige. "You said you'll take it back? You said you'll return it back? What do you take your third master for?" Jiang Wang really didn't want to attract attention at this time, so he sighed. "Then what do you want?" "Of course you have to compensate." The skinny man squeezed forward and said. Zheng Laosan didn't speak, only shaking the steel knife in his hand. Jiang Wang looked at the fat and skinny men who didn't have good eyesight and couldn't help but sigh again. "So it's not a matter of money, but a matter of not having enough money? Then tell me, how much do you want?" 50 taels. The skinny man blurted out. Zheng Laosan stepped on him with the heel of his foot and immediately changed his words. "Isn't that insulting your fourth master? It's at least 80 taels. I'll give it to you." Jiang Wang said straightforwardly. "After I give it to you, can you stop pestering me? It's not a matter of money, it's a matter of attitude." The fat man patted his chest. "I, Zheng Laosan, am a man of my word." The skinny man followed. "I, Li Laosi, am also a man of my word." Jiang Wang directly took out 80 taels of silver and handed it to them. "We're even?" Zheng Laosan put it away. "Of course." He turned around and walked back, his fat body turning very nimbly. Li Laosi also eagerly followed. Jiang Wang shook his head, not taking this seriously. To a transcendent cultivator, this amount of money was really insignificant. Of course, more importantly, the Azure Cloud Pavilion's team had arrived. Chapter 758. Even though the Azure Cloud Pavilion was not as powerful as the Sky-Reaching Pavilion and did not seem to be of much scale in Jiang Wang's eyes, it was still one of the top sects in Shun, an prefecture, and could not be mentioned in the same breath as the Creek Cloud Sword sect. The Azure Cloud Pavilion had put in a lot of effort to celebrate Marquis Wei Ning's birthday this time. Just the burden of picking up gifts had formed a long line. At the head of the line was a short-bearded old man around 60 years old. Beside him was a young man with a slightly sinister face. They seemed to have a close relationship, either master or disciple or father and son. The rest were servants and attendants, looking extremely ostentatious. That short-bearded old man naturally walked straight into the Marquis estate. A sect of their Azure Cloud Pavilion's level naturally did not need to line up outside the Marquis estate. The steward of the Jiao family, who had been standing guard outside the Marquis estate, suddenly moved sideways and blocked in front. The short-bearded old man smiled and cupped his hands. "Brother Jiao, long time no see." That steward was expressionless. "What are you here for?" The short-bearded old man's smile froze, but he still answered reluctantly. "Feng Yu has come on behalf of the Azure Cloud Pavilion to celebrate the Marquis' birthday." The steward of the Marquis estate raised his chin at the long line outside the estate. "So many people have come to celebrate the Marquis' birthday and are all lining up. Why aren't you lining up, Brother Jiao?" Feng Yu smiled and handed over a storage box under the cover of his body. "Has this Feng offended you in any way? Please speak clearly." The steward of the Marquis estate took a step back, exposing the storage box to everyone's sight, saying coldly, "Our Marquis governs the family like he governs the army, Mr. Feng. What is the meaning of this?" The young man who had been silent all this time suddenly raised his head and glanced at him coldly. Being pressured by this sinister gaze, the steward of the Marquis estate, who did not have high cultivation, couldn't help but take a step back, and then became furious. "What are you looking at?" Feng Yu turned around and slapped. "Lower your head. Close your eyes." The young man of the Azure Cloud Pavilion indeed closed his eyes and lowered his head. Only then did Feng Yu turn back, smiling apologetically at the steward of the Marquis estate. "The young man is not sensible, please forgive him. We're going to line up over there, right?" The steward said coldly. "You can go back if you don't want to line. The Marquis Wei Ning's estate." Yes. Feng Yu was still smiling, not taking this bit of embarrassment seriously. Marquis Wei Ning's residence is not lacking, but Azure Cloud Pavilion's intentions cannot be ignored. He waved his hand behind him. "Bring them to line up." The young man who had just been slapped didn't say anything. He turned around and walked towards the back of the group. "I've made a fool of myself in front of you." Feng Yu once again bowed towards the manager of the Marquis' estate before respectfully retreating. Jiang Wang took a few glances and then turned back, acting as if it had nothing to do with him. This malicious young man was obviously not very broad-minded. If he was seen as laughing at their Azure Cloud Pavilion, it would inevitably be bad for their future. However, he remembered these two people in his heart. As for the setback the Azure Cloud Pavilion faced in front of the Marquis Wei Ning estate, he had already expected it. Previously, he had killed Jiao Xiong in Mount Qiyun with a single sword strike. Coincidentally, his surname was also Jiao. It was said that Jiao Xiong, who had opened 3 manors and had yet to obtain a divine ability, could rank within the top 15 of the younger generation of the Yong Kingdom. Of course, this ranking might not be reliable, because the Azure Cloud Pavilion's Qi Yu was clearly stronger than Jiao Xiong, but he had never heard of a ranking. However, the stronger Qi Yu still had to curry favor with Jiao Xiong. From this, it could be seen that the Jiao family's influence in the Yong Kingdom was not ordinary. Jiang Wang easily found out Jiao Xiong's background. He just happened to be the grandson of the Marquis of Wei Ning. Only the Jiao family, overseen by the Marquis of Wei Ning, Jiao Wu, was worthy of the Azure Cloud Pavilion's efforts. Among Jiao Wu's many descendants, Jiao Xiong, who had opened 3 manors at a young age, was the most promising. However, he had died at Qiyunshan. The Marquis Wei Ning estate's dissatisfaction with the Azure Cloud Pavilion could be imagined. Of course, if an outsider like Jiang Wang could think of this, the people of the Azure Cloud Pavilion wouldn't be able to either. Perhaps Feng Yu had come in person to be humiliated, to let the Marquis of Wei Ning vent their anger and avoid paying an even more painful price in the future. The long line finally finished moving before dusk. More than half of the people left after delivering their birthday gifts, not even having the qualifications to sit down. Jiang Wang's current status was, in any case, a transcendent cultivator. The Creek Cloud Sword sect had also come to make friends with him in the early years. As a result, he was invited into the Marquis estate and was given a seat. Of course, it was only at the outermost seating area. Only a few stewards were responsible for greeting them. The true members of the Jiao family wouldn't show their faces. Even the stewards didn't pay much attention to it. Jiang Wang casually found a place with few people and sat down. No one knew him, and he didn't need to know anyone. Not long after, Feng Yu and that malicious youth also walked into the outer courtyard under the guidance of the servants of the Marquis estate. Steward Jiao, who had previously conversed with Feng Yu outside the estate, was currently standing at the entrance to the courtyard, making arrangements for the welcoming and sending of visitors. He, Jiao Fu, was ranked second among the stewards of the Marquis of Wei Ning estate. He could represent the Jiao estate in handling many affairs. As a result, the Azure Cloud Pavilion's Feng Yu also had to call him Brother Jiao. He also had the confidence to speak bluntly to Feng Yu. Even if the Marquis of Wei Ning estate intended to slight a first-rate sect like the Azure Cloud Pavilion, they should still be welcomed into the inner courtyard. But at this moment, Steward Jiao swept a glance over them, and a feeling of annoyance suddenly arose in his heart. The main house had already instructed that if the people of the Azure Cloud Pavilion came, there was no need to give them any face. He could grasp the scale of the matter himself. Previously outside the Marquis estate, forcing the Azure Cloud Pavilion to line up with those nameless and insignificant people was a form of warning. Logically speaking, this should be enough. The rest still needed to be decided by the main house. But that young man from the Azure Cloud Pavilion who didn't know what was good for him actually dared to glare at him. Could it be that he thought that a mere Azure Cloud Pavilion could shake the Marquis of Wei Ning estate? They hadn't even atoned for their mistakes, yet they dared to have resentment towards the attitude of the Marquis of Wei Ning estate? You guys! Steward Jiao's annoyance came from his heart, and he pointed with his hand. Sit there. The direction of his finger was precisely the table that Jiang Wang was sitting at. The reason why there were so few people was precisely because no one wanted to sit there. In the entire courtyard, it was also the seat closest to the door, and was the least valued. Generally speaking, it was also where the guests of the lowest status sat. Among the many choices in this instant, he chose the one that would embarrass the Azure Cloud Pavilion even more. The young man from the Azure Cloud Pavilion with a sinister face flew into a rage and took a step forward, but Feng Yu held him down with one hand. In this situation, Feng Yu still had a smile on his face. Feng Ming, sit properly, he said. The young man named Feng Ming gritted his teeth and walked over without a word, sitting down heavily beside Jiang Wang. The round stool creaked from the weight of the burden, enough for one to feel his humiliation. Feng Yu himself cupped his hands towards Steward Jiao and said with a smile, "The guest will follow the host's wishes, then this Feng will disturb you." Those who didn't know would probably think that he was enjoying some kind of VIP treatment. Steward Jiao replied with a fake smile, "Well said. Brother Jiao." Feng Yu looked left and right, then walked forward intimately. The Marquis estate's status is very high. This Feng does not know etiquette and has some questions to ask. Would it be convenient? Jiao Fu looked at him, but didn't say yes or no, and turned to walk inside. Feng Yu gave Feng Ming a warning look, then followed behind. Jiang Wang's sitting posture was casual, and he nodded at the new friend sitting next to him, but only received a cold glance from Feng Ming. He only smiled, not minding it at all. The plan progressed methodically, and everything was under control. Chapter 759. Astray was a very powerful supernatural power. Otherwise, it would not have become the strongest reliance of the mighty Lord Zhuang Qingqian. But it was also restricted by 2 points. One was cultivation and the other was knowledge. Cultivation was easy to understand. Any supernatural power against an enemy would be restricted by the cultivation of both the caster and the receiver. No matter how strong Jiang Wang's samadhi fire was, it was not enough to support him in challenging a divine descent master. Unless the divine descent master stood still and did not set up any defenses, the samadhi fire would have a chance to succeed. When he killed Hai Zongming, who was at the peak of the outer tower but had no supernatural powers, he also targeted him. He broke the 4 divisions with his sword and sealed off the Starlight Tower. He first broke the dragon imprisoning rope, then used the air-frozen bead to disintegrate his protective Dao technique. Finally, the samadhi fire burst out in full force and burned the defenseless Hai Zongming to ashes. The stronger Jiang Wang's cultivation was, the weaker his opponent's cultivation was, the more he could influence his opponent to make a worse choice. And vice versa. The restriction of cultivation was so common. Thus, in essence, the real restriction of Astray's supernatural powers was only knowledge. Knowledge was consciousness, and seeing was eye-knowledge. Distinguishing between reason and difficulty was knowledge. The use of the misguided path was to lead the opponent down the wrong path from the countless choices. And to lead the opponent to make a choice, there was a basic premise. It was to know the opponent's choice. Knowledge and seeing could also be extended to self-knowledge and seeing the enemy. It was one's knowledge of the world and understanding of the enemy. For example, in the streets of Wenxi County, when he was searching for the hidden mysterious person, Jiang Wang did not understand the oncoming green-skinned man, but his own knowledge allowed him to easily determine what choice the green-skinned man would make. It would be no more than left or right. If a 3-year-old child could make such a judgment, knowledge was not an obstacle. Thus, Jiang Wang used Astray to lead the green-skinned man to change his direction and let him bump into the scholar, thus causing a dispute. To create an accident where he could calmly observe the entire street. It was reasonable and natural. But this time, he knew very well where Jiao Xiong died. He knew the purpose of Feng Yu and Feng Ming's visit. He could also see the attitude of the Marquis Wei Ning's residence from Steward Jiao's attitude. He did not need to understand Steward Jiao, but he could easily deduce what arrangements Steward Jiao would make for the seats of the visitors to the Azure Cloud Pavilion. Jiang Wang only used his supernatural power to make Steward Jiao make a more targeted choice, to let the people of the Green Cloud Pavilion sit at the end of the row. As long as he chose to sit here from the start, he would naturally be able to sit together with the people of the Azure Cloud Pavilion. No one could see the problem. In order to create an encounter with the cultivators of the Azure Cloud Pavilion, Jiang Wang had put in a lot of effort. Of course, he would not give up just because of Feng Ming's cold attitude. There were 2 lineages in the upper echelons of the Azure Cloud Pavilion, the 2 surnames Feng and Qi throughout history. The sect masters were either Qi or Feng. Because of Qi Yu's participation in the trip to Qi Yunshan, it led to Jiao Xiong's death. Therefore, when it came to mending the relationship, the higher-ups of the Qingyun Pavilion came with the surname Feng. Jiang Wang had already found out that the current leader of the Azure Cloud Pavilion was surnamed Qi and had reached the peak of the outer tower. Feng Yu was one of the 4 Zong Shou of the Azure Cloud Pavilion and had the right to succeed the position. The legacy of the sect leaders of the Azure Cloud Pavilion was like this. When the surname Qi was the sect leader, there would be 2 surnames Feng, one would be surnamed Qi and one would be an outsider. When the surname Feng was the sect leader, it was the same. For thousands of years, the 2 surnames Feng and Qi took turns to be the sect leader. One could say that this was an overly ideal system design. The goal was to ensure that the 2 surnames could take turns to be the sect leader. In reality, it was easy for problems to occur. That was because the strength of the Feng and Qi surnames could not always be balanced. When the strength was unbalanced, the stronger side would have to seek more power corresponding to their strength. However, the Azure Cloud Pavilion was passed down just like that, and till date there were no problems. Maybe it was due to luck, or maybe there were more specific checks and balances internally. However, as an outsider, Jiang Wang had no way to know. However, the system problems of the Azure Cloud Pavilion were not something that Jiang Wang needed to worry about. He only needed to know that this Feng Ming was the son of Zong Shou of the Azure Cloud Pavilion, and his position in the Azure Cloud Pavilion was not bad. Compared to Feng Yu, who was slapped on the left side of his face, although this treacherous teen was a little shrewd, he was obviously easier to deal with. If he wanted to find the Azure Cloud Pavilion, he needed to start with this person. Jiang Wang sighed softly, looking like he didn't care, but he also revealed some true emotions. I see that you look extraordinary, so you don't need to follow me. Waning Lord's Manor has a high status, but you don't need to treat an esteemed guest badly. His words hit the nail on the head. Feng Ming gritted his teeth, but he didn't scold out, squeezing out, after all, it is the Lord's Manor. If I can't get used to it, then I'll just get used to it. When my master was still here, he didn't need to sit here even if he came. Jiang Wang smiled bitterly. The world is cold, and I am used to it. However, seeing that you are so talented and yet you are being bullied, I can't help but feel a little emotional. Feng Ming finally looked at him. Probably because they were in the same boat, and he didn't lack the upbringing of a disciple of a large sect, he asked, "Brother, what sect do you come from?" "Just a nameless sect that has long since declined." Jiang Wang's expression was bitter. "The Creek Cloud Sword sect. I think it is difficult for you to enter the Tianjiao." Chung Gongxing was an expert at acting. He had been influenced by him for a long time, and Zhuang Chengqian had personally demonstrated to him what it meant to deceive gods and deceive ghosts. Although his current emotional performance was definitely not as natural as Zhuang Chengqian's, it wasn't too much of a problem to fool the disinterested Feng Ming. Feng Ming had indeed never heard of the Creek Cloud Sword sect, but he still comforted, "I've heard of it, and it was once very famous." "Brother, you don't need to be discouraged, you are still so young. You should know that it is better to bully an old man than a poor youth." Towards the end, he gritted his teeth, thinking of the Waning Lord's Manor's disrespectful treatment. "Brother, a person like you is naturally qualified to say such words." Jiang Wang echoed bitterly, and then he roused his spirits. "I forgot to introduce myself to brother. I'm Yu Songhai of Stream Cloud Sword Sect. It's my fortune to be able to meet such a figure like brother today. Pardon my rudeness, I would like to borrow a cup of wine from the manor to toast brother." Finished speaking, he raised the wine cup and drained it in one gulp. Understanding the affairs of the world is cultivation, and understanding one's thoughts is resources. After experiencing so much and seeing so much, Jiang Wang also slowly gained his own understanding of human nature. Feng Ming's current state, after being humiliated by the Waning Lord's Manor and suppressed by Feng Yu time and time again, was precisely what he needed to be acknowledged and encouraged to regain his self-esteem. Jiang Wang said that he was talented, but said that he was a Tianjiao, constantly belittling himself and praising the other. This was exactly what he liked. Disdain was one choice, and dealing with it was another. Under the influence of the wrong path, The former naturally didn't exist. Feng Ming raised the wine cup and took a sip. It is fate that we met. I am Feng Ming. Chapter 760. When Feng Yu returned, Feng Ming and Jiang Wang had already drunk a lot. The atmosphere was warm and they chatted happily. Of course, Feng Ming couldn't really open his heart to Jiang Wang in such a short period of time. It was just a formality, and there was no lack of drinking to drown his sorrows. Brother Yu, let me tell you. These bullsh *T marquee. Feng Ming put his arm around Jiang Wang's shoulder and occasionally said a few words from his heart. Cough. Feng Yu coughed and stopped him from venting. Feng Ming was obviously very obedient under his father's control. He immediately stopped and sat back down. Perhaps to avoid awkwardness, he introduced Yu Songhai to his father. This is brother Yu Songhai. He's a friend I just met. Feng Yu nodded and brushed it off. Let's go, he said. Follow me in. Feng Yu and his son came to represent the Azure Cloud Pavilion to mend their relationship with Marquis Wei Ning's residence. Naturally, they couldn't just sit on the cold bench and leave. Just now, he had tried to build a relationship with Steward Jiao. It was unknown how many benefits he had promised him in private, but Steward Jiao had obviously relented. At least they could sit in the inner courtyard now. I'm not going. Feng Ming suppressed his anger. I'm free here. Feng Yu had already turned around, leaving only one sentence. Don't dawdle. He really didn't spoil this son of his at all. Feng Ming was a little embarrassed in front of his new friend. He wanted to sit still, but he was afraid of his father's prestige in the past. Jiang Wang said very sensibly, Brother Feng, since the people of the Marquis' residence have admitted that they neglected you, inviting you in now is to express their apology. What they did was wrong, but you're still young and ambitious. Why bother with them? Feng Ming dawdled for a moment, then said, Brother Yu is right. After all, we are friends of the same generation. I can't be too impulsive. As he spoke, he got up and chased after Feng Yu. After a few steps, he suddenly thought of something and stopped. He turned around and waved at Jiang Wang. Brother, you come too. Perhaps he wanted to show off in front of his new friend, or perhaps he felt that Yu Songhai was quite sensible and wanted to bring him to see the world. In any case, young Master Feng Ming extended a hand of friendship at this moment. With Feng Yu present, Jiang Wang did not use the astray path divine ability. He had not expected such a development at all. His original intention was to get acquainted with Feng Ming first and then find an opportunity to interact with him in Wenxi County. The Creek Cloud Sword sect was in decline, and the only disciple in the sect was in a difficult situation, so he had no choice but to go to Wenxi County, where he had stayed for a period of time, to develop. Then, he happened to meet an acquaintance in the Marquis Wei Ning's mansion. Jiang Wang had already written this script, but fate had arranged for a better unfolding. Jiang Wang naturally wanted to follow, but he only shook his head and said, The Marquis' estate only invited you two to enter. How can I follow? Wouldn't that make things difficult for Brother Feng? If he had simply refused, Feng Ming might not have said anything more. However, when he mentioned the Marquis' mansion and said that it would make things difficult for Feng Ming insisted that he see the world. What's there to be troubled about? Don't my Azure Cloud Pavilion have this bit of face? Feng Ming said unhappily. If you believe in my strength, then come. Jiang Wang stood up with a troubled expression. When he saw that Feng Yu, who was walking in front, had no reaction, he followed and said, Fine, I feel like old friends with Brother Feng at first sight. I don't care about being disliked. Wherever Brother Feng says to go, I will go. Feng Yu indeed did not mind. First of all, those who came to participate in the Marquis Wei Ning's birthday banquet, regardless of their background, generally had a clean background. Secondly, although he was strict with his son, he did not want to embarrass him time and time again. Moreover, bringing someone into the inner courtyard for the banquet was really a small matter that did not affect the big picture. He would just treat it as bringing a follower. Lastly, it was Jiang Wang's persuasion to Feng Ming earlier. Not only did he give Feng Ming respect, but he also made him listen to him. Feng Yu approved of this point. He was much better than his son's followers in Wenxi County. Moreover, if he continued to observe and performed well, it was not impossible for his son to accept a follower back home. Jiang Wang very dutifully walked behind Feng Ming, following the Feng father and son through the arched door, through the long corridor, and into another courtyard of the Marquis Wei Ning's residence. Compared to the outer courtyard, this place was indeed much more imposing. First of all, the outer courtyard was illuminated by hanging lanterns. In an ordinary household, it was naturally considered wealthy. However, compared to the inner courtyard, it was far inferior. At first glance, the inner courtyard looked like a curtain with stars and moon hanging low, as if one could reach out and pluck them. Upon closer inspection, the stars and moon, as well as the entire dome of the night sky, were all creations and not real. It was unknown what kind of jewel was used to carve the stars and moon, but it only illuminated the entire courtyard clearly. The light was very gentle, and did not make one feel that it was too dazzling. Not to mention the table full of delicacies that one could not name. From time to time, graceful maids would carry plates of food to and fro. A plate of delicacies would often be replaced after a few bites. The kingdom of Yong had just lost the war and had lost territory and people. The monarch, Han Su, was in the midst of reforming the court and was at a critical juncture. However, Marquis Wei Ning was still living such a luxurious life. The amount of money spent on such a birthday banquet was definitely not something that could be measured in gold and silver. It was unknown if the 10,000 yuan stones in the transcendent realm were enough. Of course, the birthday gifts that Marquis Wei Ning Jiao Wu received were more than enough to make up for the expenses. Just Jiang Wang himself had to offer a gift worth 30 yuan stones to be able to sit in the outer courtyard. The value of the boxes of gifts from the Azure Cloud Pavilion did not need to be mentioned. Even among the many guests, the Azure Cloud Pavilion was not the most extravagant. From this, one could see the power and influence of Marquis Wei Ning Jiao Wu in the kingdom of Yong. A divine descent expert's cultivation would not decline even in death, and they would still be at their peak at 300 years old. Those who wanted to curry favor with Marquis Wei Ning's household would have to wait for 100 years. It was worth mentioning that Feng Ming's plan to show off in front of his new little brother fell through. Although Feng Yu had convinced Steward Jiao with benefits and was able to enter the inner courtyard, he was still not valued. They were arranged to sit in the most remote corner of the courtyard, by the door. Jiang Wang followed them from one door to another. This made Feng Ming feel very embarrassed, and he did not want to speak for a while. He could only sullenly drink a few cups of wine. Feng Yu, on the other hand, was full of smiles, and even greeted the few people seated with him. However, the other party clearly knew of Marquis Wei Ning's attitude towards the Azure Cloud Pavilion, and they all appeared very cold. Jiang Wang obediently accompanied Feng Ming to drink, and did not want to get into trouble at this time. However, when he occasionally lifted the pot to pour wine for Feng Ming, his gaze would sweep across the courtyard. This courtyard was very spacious, and there was no need to talk about its luxurious style. The old man at the big table in the middle of the courtyard was probably Marquis Wei Ning Jiao Wu. He was different from what one imagined. He was not tall and mighty, and his figure was even a little thin and small. However, when he sat there, he had an aura that no one could ignore. Sitting beside him was Mo Jingyu. The black iron mask was still covering his face. When he drank, it would naturally flow open, and the steel-like material actually flowed back and forth like flowing water. It looked very magical. A person like Mo Jingyu would be treated as a guest of honor no matter where he was. Even Marquis Wei Ning, who stood at the highest level of the Yong kingdom, chatted and laughed with him. That mysterious person wearing Zhang Linchuan's face had said that one's gaze also had weight. Jiang Wang had always been someone who learned his lesson. Therefore, he only took a glance before retracting his gaze. He clinked his cup with Feng Ming's and raised his head to drink. Today. Mo Jingyu was not unreachable. Chapter 761. Jiang Wang had opened 2 houses and obtained 2 abilities. He had a chance to reach the Tianfu realm. He also had the secret technique of the 7-star Saint House, so he had the right to say that God's descent wasn't out of reach. At this moment, Feng Ming didn't know what his new follower was thinking or looking at. In Wenxi County, who knew how many such followers were trying to suck up to him? He actually didn't care. He hated the humiliation he suffered in the waning manner, but he also knew that he didn't have the right to vent his anger. Which was why he could only drink cup after cup. Feng Yu didn't care about him, still smiling as he spoke warmly to everyone. How could he smile so brightly? Jiang Wang, who was silently drinking with Feng Ming, suddenly realized one thing: all the cold treatment Zhong Shou received at the birthday banquet would be noticed by the waning marquis. If Feng Yu came to mend their relationship, then any bit of anger he suffered wouldn't be for nothing. The more passionate he was and the more he was ignored, the better it would be for him to vent his anger. Jiang Wang reminded himself that this was a cunning old fox. When facing him, he had to be really careful. If he wanted to successfully sneak into the Green Cloud Pavilion and get the lost building of the Cloud Top Celestial Palace, he couldn't reveal anything in front of this person. Just as they were drinking, a voice sounded out from outside. The martial arts marquis has come to congratulate. The guests were in an uproar. Many people came to congratulate the waning marquis for his 300th birthday, but none of them had such power. Even the Mahist faction genius Mo Jingyu couldn't compare. Who didn't know that the martial arts marquis Xuemingi was the most trusted official of the Yong Emperor? A single kingdom war had turned the situation of the Yong kingdom upside down. 1 duke and 8 marquises of Yong. Duke Ing Beigongyu was undoubtedly the top person before and after. This was determined by his past achievements and his powerful strength. However, the rankings of the 8 marquises were different. In Han Yin's era, although Marquis Xuemingi was talented, as the youngest of the 8 marquises, he had always been regarded as a rising star. The court generally thought that he was a little immature, and his status among the 8 marquises was at the bottom. As for the Marquis of Weining, Jiao Wu, he was a veteran Xinhuang expert who had operated in both the Yong military and government for many years. His strength and prestige were high, and he was considered one of the upper echelons of the 8 marquises. Now that Han Yin was dead, Han Su was in charge. On the day of Han Yin's death, the Marquis of Wugong, Xuemingi, immediately took command of the Imperial Guard. He slaughtered his way through Heaven's Mandate Manor, causing heads to roll and blood to wash over the Yong Palace, forcefully suppressing the situation. After that, he personally entered the Lan and Manor and faced the Water Lord of Qinjiang, Song Hengjiang. In the end, they joined forces with the Duke of Ing, Beigongyu, to drive the Zhuang-Luo alliance out of the Yong border. Although Beigongyu was given the highest credit in this battle, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Beigongyu's support for Han Su was not firm enough. As the only Duke of Yong, his position was still unshakable. However, Xuemingi's rise was also unstoppable. Although he had also participated in Zhuang-Yang's war, the Marquis of Weining, Jiao Wu's performance was relatively lackluster. He led 3 Xinhuang marquises, but he was unable to kill Du Ruhui. It was inevitable that there would be voices saying that the 4 marquises had not done their best, that they had enjoyed themselves for too long, that they had lost their fighting spirit and were unwilling to risk their lives for the sake of the state. As the saying went, the Marquis of Wugong. Although the current Marquis of Wugong was not ranked first among the marquises, He was on par with the Marquis of Chengde, Li Ying. When someone rose, someone fell. As a matter of course, the Marquis of Waning's momentum slowly declined. Jiao Wu's birthday banquet this time was so grand that he even used some unknown method to invite Mo Jingyu over. There was a reason why he wanted to restore his prestige. This kind of change in the rankings of influence was not obvious, but it was clearly displayed in various aspects and was known to everyone. For example, when the Marquis of Waning was 200 years old, the young emperor had personally come to congratulate him. This time, for the Marquis of Waning's 300 years old, he only had an internal official deliver a gift. For example, at this moment, the servant had only announced Xuemingyi's name. The guests who had come to celebrate the Marquis of Waning's birthday all stood up to welcome him. No one dared to sit still. Before the Marquis of Waning said anything, there were already people who could not wait and went out to welcome him. Even Feng Ming, who harbored resentment and wanted to get drunk, hurriedly stood up. It could be seen that he was not truly drunk and was still sober. Jiang Wang stood up with the crowd and stole a glance at the Marquis of Waning. There was no change in his expression, but the fact that there was no change in his expression was enough to explain the problem. In the entire luxurious courtyard, the only people who remained seated were the Marquis of Waning, Jiao Wu, and Mo Jingyu, who was beside him. The Marquis of Waning was the master and was of a higher status. Naturally, he could not move. Regardless of whether Mo Jingyu was backed by the Mahist sect or the state of Qin, he did not need to give the Marquis of Wugong too much face. Of course, his sitting still was a way of expressing his position. It was his support for the Marquis of Waning. He did not need to do so. Even if he stood up to welcome him, no one would think that he was flattering. They would only think that he was well-mannered. He did not need to offend anyone. But he still did so. The complicated meaning behind this was something that one could not help but think about. His military boots stepped on the ground as the handsome Marquis of Wushuang strode into the courtyard. He was wearing armor and had a smile on his face. Elder Jiao's 300th birthday is such an important day. I hope you can forgive me for being late. You are not late since you are here. On the other hand, I am entertaining an important guest and cannot come out to welcome you. I hope Marquis Shui will not mind. Jiao Wu sat at the main seat and extended his right hand. Please sit here. Someone had already given up the seat on the right of Jiao Wu and waited for Xuemingyi to sit. Mo Jingyu sat on the left of Jiao Wu and did not speak. Elder Jiao must be joking. If you came out to welcome me, how would I dare to sit? Xuemingyi walked straight to the main table. He walked to the seat that was specially left empty for him, but did not sit down. He raised his eyes to look at the sky, at the stars and moon carved out of pearls, and then at the fine wine and delicacies in the courtyard. He did not speak for a while. Jiao Wu was not afraid of anything. His current position was obtained by fighting with his blade and spear. He deserved all the pleasures he enjoyed. Even if Han Yin was revived, he would not be able to say anything. Not to mention Xuemingyi, who was on the same level as him. What? Jiao Wu looked at him who did not sit down. Marquis Shui, what advice do you have? How would I dare? Xuemingyi turned his head and smiled. I just feel that it is a little embarrassing for me to come empty-handed in such a grand place. You are an important person. When you come, you are an important guest. When you sit, you are an important guest. Why do you need an external gift? Mo Jingyu spoke at this time. His voice passed through the black iron mask and had a dry and unreal feeling. Please take a seat. Xuemingyi looked at him, as if waiting for him to speak. He smiled slightly. The Mo family expert has praised me so much. All the more I should not have come empty-handed. Fortunately, I am prepared and the Shui family is not a rude family. At this point, his gaze turned back to Jiao Wu and he said, Bring him up. As he finished, the courtyard door opened. 4 armored soldiers carried a person who was tied up and walked into the courtyard. Their footsteps were firm and their armor clanged. It was as if they were marching, as if they were charging. Thus, the entire place was in an uproar. Chapter 762. Jiao Wu's expression darkened. Marquis of Martial Arts, what is the meaning of this? The fact that he didn't curse out loud on the spot could be considered his self-restraint. On his 300th birthday, in front of a banquet full of guests, having his subordinates tie up a person and send him inside wasn't just rude. It was an undisguised provocation. Elder Jiao, please don't get angry. Xuemingi remained standing there, neither hurried nor slow. There is no harm in seeing if my gift is appropriate. No one dared to block their way. For soldiers held the so-called gift and walked with resounding steps to the main table. Jiang Wang didn't expect to see such a grand show at the birthday banquet. He attended to get close to the Azure Cloud Pavilion. The treacherous waves of the Yong Revolution seemed to be reflected in this birthday banquet. Like all the other guests, he curiously glanced over and saw that the person bound was a middle-aged scholar with slightly frosty hair. There were traces of blood on his body. It was obvious that he had been tortured. As for more specific information, he couldn't analyze it. The soldiers stood still and put down the middle-aged scholar. The man had probably been severely tortured. He couldn't stand steadily and slid down. It was the 2 soldiers in the back row who each extended a hand to prop him up. Jiao Wu glanced at the man before turning back to Xuemingi. This marquis doesn't recognize this person. If he has committed a crime, he should be handed over to a judge. If he is rude to you, you can beat him to death on the spot. However, I don't know why you brought him to this marquis birthday banquet. The Marquis of Wei Ning obtained his peace through prestige. Once the Marquis of Wei Ning became angry, his accumulated prestige over the years was like a landslide or a tsunami. The onlookers felt their hearts grow heavy, almost unable to breathe. However, Xuemingi remained calm and unruffled. Elder Jiao, please listen to my explanation. He responded with a smile, speaking frankly and with assurance. Elder Jiao is a pillar of the nation. You are of virtue and prestige, and have enjoyed a great deal of grace and honor. The deceased Emperor Emeritus and the current Emperor Emeritus both have great trust in you. Jewels and treasures adorn your esteemed residence. Mountains of gold and silver can't add a single bit of splendor to you. This Xue has thought about it, but I don't know what gift to give. Coincidentally, the general under my command captured this person in Shun, an prefecture. He slowly left his seat and walked in front of the dispirited middle-aged scholar. He casually grabbed his hair and raised his head so that Jiao Wu could clearly see his face. This person is a spy from the Reef Kingdom. He has infiltrated my Yong and is plotting against us. Come to think of it, what other congratulatory gift could make Elder Jiao truly happy? Only my state of Yong has been able to last a long period of peace and stability. The foreign tribes are docile, the 4 barbarians are subdued, and the conspiracies and machinations of other states are eradicated without a trace. Xuemingi looked at Jiao Wu. Elder Jiao, don't you agree? Everyone was silent. A spy was not a big deal, but the identity of this spy was too sensitive. Everyone knew that Jiao Wu's father was a general of the Reef Nation. During the reign of Emperor Yongming, Jiao Wu's father was captured by Han Zhou during a battle between the 2 armies. Afterwards, he submitted to the state of Yong. At that time, people were suspicious, but Han Zhou believed it and entrusted him with an important task. As expected, he was loyal to his duty and never had any ambition in his life. In Jiao Wu's generation, he was conferred the title of Marquis through his meritorious service, rising to the highest echelons of the Yong kingdom. The Jiao family had fought hard for the state of Yong for several generations, and their loyalty should not be doubted. However, the name of the Reef Nation appearing at this time and place was too sensitive. The war between Zhuang Yong and the state of Yong was soul-stirring. At one point, Yong was in danger of being destroyed. Apart from Zhuang Yong's main battlefield, the Luo state also sent out troops and allied with the Xinjiang Water Tribe to attack the Lan River. The Jing country's Red Horse Guards went down south and sent their troops to Jing'an Prefecture. It could be said that a pack of wolves surrounded them, wanting to divide and devour them. Although only the Jing and Luo states sent out troops, they were not the only ones who were tempted. Yong's current territory was also won through battle after battle. It was the territory established during the reign of Emperor Yong-ming and Han Zhou. The surrounding countries were also not what they were now. The map of the various countries had changed many times. During this time, how many were destroyed and how many were invaded? The Reef Nation was one of the countries that was directly beaten to a pulp. Now, its land was barren and its population was few, and its court was barely maintained. After the war that year, it still had not recovered. Jiao Wu's father also submitted at that time. Jiang Wang did not know the inside story. His understanding of Yong had not reached that level. He did not know why all the guests were silent when the Reef Nation spies were mentioned. However, it did not stop him from thinking that Jiao Wu might have some relationship with the Reef Nation. He silently stood behind Feng Ming, trying not to attract anyone's attention. To the people of Yong present, the war that had just passed was a pain that they could not forget in a short period of time. Xuemingyi had sent the Reef spy to Marquis Wei Ning's residence and emphasized that the spy was captured in Shun'an Prefecture. This was a clear indication that the Reef country was also on the verge of making a move during that war. They had even begun to make contact with Jiao Wu. In the entire country, how many people were in a situation similar to Marquis Wei Ning's, Jiao Wu's? Those who knew, those who did not know, whether in the light or in the dark, the huge shadow had already been here. If not for Han Su turning the tide and leading the Mahist sect to stop the war, the consequences would be unimaginable. Many guests looked at Jiao Wu with strange gazes. Clap, clap, clap. Jiao Wu clapped his hands, and the applause was crisp and loud. Marquis Shui's words are simple and righteous. They are to my liking. As he spoke, he clapped his hands and stood up. He was not tall, but thin and small. However, when he stood up, he was like a towering mountain peak. Lofty, majestic, and unshakable. He left his seat and walked towards Xuemingyi. He was obviously shorter than Xuemingyi, but he was like a beast that had just woken up and was walking towards its prey. The Marquis of Wugong, Xuemingyi, was obviously not food. Therefore, he raised his eyebrows and his aura rose. He was high-spirited and sharp, and he was not at a disadvantage against Jiao Wu. All the guests in the courtyard were on tenterhooks. They did not know what to do if the situation escalated. On the other hand, Mo Jingyu remained seated, silently watching everything unfold in front of him without any action. Xuemingyi and Jiao Wu were at loggerheads with each other. At this moment, when the two marquises of Yong were at loggerheads with swords drawn, if he were to do anything, it would cross Han Su's bottom line. When that time came, the Yong court would not tolerate him. The higher-ups of the Mahist sect who supported Han Su would also not tolerate him. Would they fight? Feng Ming's breathing became heavier. He clearly hoped that Jiao Wu, who had humiliated him, would be taught a lesson. Although Jiao Wu might not know who he was and had never paid attention to a junior like him. However, Feng Yu's expression did not change. He even took a sip of wine. Jiang Wang understood that Feng Yu's judgment was the same as his. No matter what, Xuemingyi and Jiao Wu would not fight on the spot. However, he gripped his wine cup tightly and appeared to be very nervous. A qualified follower should be smart, but not overly smart. Jiao Wu finally walked in front of Xuemingyi and faced him. Everyone's gazes and emotions were drawn to them. Under everyone's gazes, Jiao Wu said to Xuemingi, "Let me interrogate him, how about it?" Without waiting for Xuemingi's reply, he continued, "Please tell His Majesty. If Shiheng has any intentions of overstepping his authority, although I am old, I am willing to lead the army and take his head in front of you." Shiheng was the current reef lord. Chapter 763. Marquis Waning, Jiao Wu's declaration was fierce and loyal. Once these words were spoken, the entire Reef Kingdom would view him as their enemy. Because he had the intention to destroy the Reef Kingdom, Xuemingi did not continue to be aggressive. Instead, he loosened his grip and stepped to the side. "This is my birthday gift. Elder Jiao, feel free to ask." Jiang Wang then understood that Xuemingi's visit was only to beat down Han Su's will and not to force Jiao Wu to rebel. There were two possibilities for this beating. Perhaps Jiao Wu was truly moved by the Reef Kingdom's suggestion. If Yong was destroyed, he, Marquis Waning, could gather his army and cut off a few pieces of fat meat to become the king of the Reef Kingdom. But it could also be because of Mo Jingyu. The benefits of Han Su bringing Moism into the fold were obvious. Yong's rapid stabilization of the situation and the reform of the court were proof. But the hidden dangers were also slowly emerging. To put it bluntly, whether Yong came before Moism or Moism came before Yong, this was a long-term struggle. If it were before, he might not have been able to think so clearly. But after experiencing so much and seeing so much, he could slowly understand what he couldn't understand before. He thought of Mo Jingyu in his heart, but he never looked at Mo Jingyu on the surface. Jiang Wang concealed himself well. At the same time, he thought about how everything he saw and heard today would affect his plan and how it could help him. Jiao Wu stood in front of the middle-aged scholar and looked at him. "Who are you? What is your name? What is your current position? Who ordered you to come to Shun An Prefecture? What is your purpose?" The middle-aged scholar was tortured to the point of being at his last gasp. His entire body weight rested on the hands of the soldiers holding him down. But at this moment, he suddenly raised his head with an unknown strength. He looked directly at Jiao Wu, using his blood-stained eyes to stare fiercely at Jiao Wu. "Bah!" He spat out a mouthful of saliva. The saliva and blood fell as soon as it left his mouth, landing weakly on his own clothes. He was still far away from Jiao Wu. Jiao Wu was expressionless as he watched him struggle. Like a towering tree, he stared at something that wanted to shake it. Two soldiers held the middle-aged scholar firmly. He could not move much and his voice was hoarse. "Jiao Wu." But he had already used all his strength to roar and curse. After the renegade, there will still be renegades. His chest rose and fell violently, as if he was blowing wind. That was a clear proof that he could only squeeze out a little bit of power by doing everything he could. The Jiao family has been blessed by the emperor and has been a minister for generations. Your father was a general of the Reef Nation, in charge of the Reef Nation's soldiers, yet he killed the people of the Reef Nation and defeated the enemies of the Reef Nation. Betraying one's master for glory, truly dishonorable, betraying one's country and betraying one's righteousness, in vain. As for you, you have the blood of the Reef Nation flowing in your veins, and you have the ancestors of the Reef Nation, yet you forget your ancestors and talk nonsense about the destruction of the Reef Nation. Do you really think the heavens have no eyes and there is no retribution? That person cursed with a hoarse voice. His appearance was like that of an evil spirit, and his appearance was extremely mournful. As a spy, loyalty was the most important thing. The middle-aged scholar's loyalty to the Reef country was unquestionable. He was cursing to his heart's content for two reasons. Firstly, he wanted to die. Secondly, he wanted to tarnish the Jiao family's name. Mo Jingyu from the Mo clan and Xuemingi from the martial arts marquis were present. Marquis Waning Jiao Wu was still expressionless. He only said slowly, "In today's era of great strife, the world competes. The monarch chooses his subjects, and the subjects choose their monarch." His voice was not loud, but everyone present could hear him clearly. "You say that the Jiao family is indebted to the Reef Nation's monarch. Don't you remember who my grandfather and great-grandfather died for? My father was a general of the Reef Nation. When did he fail in his duty? Back then, he commanded the Reef Nation's army and fought against the Ming Emperor. At one point, he invaded the Yong territory. Who was it that was afraid of a meritorious official, and the army provisions did not arrive for 3 days? Who was it that cowered at the last moment, causing the army to collapse? Who was it that refused to provide assistance, causing my father to be trapped in an isolated city? I don't need to say these things. I have already forgotten. But history is like iron. Can you forget? Those brave souls who died innocently, can you forget? My Jiao family only remembers who was it that let bygones be bygones. Who was it that gave him a high position, a generous salary, sincerity, and trust in the army? Who was it that entered my father's isolated city alone after he was surrounded for 3 months, and offered his heart to surrender? When my father died, he was a young official. When I die, I should be the same. Since you won't say who you are, I don't want to know. I only have one thing to say to you. The Shi family does not deserve to rule the country. Today you dared to sow discord. Wait for Shiheng on the road to the Yellow Springs. This was an oath to destroy the country. From now on, he and the Reef Nation would be irreconcilable. In his future political career, he would spare no effort to push for the destruction of the Reef Nation. At this point, Jiao Wu flicked his sleeves and returned to his seat. He looked around and raised his hand. Sing again, dance again. The birthday banquet continues. As for the Marquis of Wugong, please do as you please. At this point, Marquis Jiao Wu's attitude was very clear. The Marquis of Wugong did this at his birthday banquet. He was extremely angry, furious, and hateful. He did not hesitate to push for the destruction of the Reef Nation to prove that he had no collusion with the Reef Nation. It was just a one-sided conspiracy of the Reef Nation. As for what the Marquis of Wugong would say when he returned and what Han Su would do, as he said, "Please do as you please." As he said, "In today's era of great strife, the world competes. The monarch chooses his subjects, and the subjects also choose their monarch." He was talking about his father and the Shi family of the Reef Nation. How could it not be him and Han Su? If Han Su believed him, he would be used by him. If Han Su did not believe him, he would join another sect. This treacherous thief, slandering the loyal and upright, truly angering this marquis, and chilling the hearts of the spectators. Schwemmingi reached out and grabbed the middle-aged scholar's hair. With a gentle lift, the entire head was lifted up. Not a single drop of blood spilled out. The headless corpse was still being carried by the armored soldiers and propped up there. He respectfully held the head with both hands and said to Jiao Wu, "With this thief's head, I congratulate the Marquis of Wugong Jiao Wu." Jiang Wang's heart gave birth to a kind of understanding. At this moment, he could see some of the truth. This matter should be over just like that. The Reef Nation scholar was naturally a loyal and patriotic person, but Jiao Wu's father, who he scolded, was definitely not a treacherous person. The real world was not black or white. Many times there was no right or wrong, only a standpoint. And the conversation between Jiao Wu and the Reef Nation scholar just now showed that Emperor Yongming was of course a wise ruler. At that time, the Reef Lord was naturally muddle-headed. Jiao Wu's father, perhaps, was a true loyal subject. But Jiao Wu might not be, as Jiao Wu said, the Jiao family remembered, was grateful, and was loyal to the Yong Lord. But that Yong Lord should be Emperor Yongming. Since the Jiao family had always remembered this kindness, when Han Su usurped the throne and massacred Han Zhou's bloodline, where was the Jiao family? Many things could not be explained clearly, and if the veil was pulled off rashly, it would be shocking. But this was not important. What Xuemingi, or perhaps Han Su behind him, wanted was Jiao Wu's public declaration today. Whether it was to pacify the people or to warn some people within the Mahist sect, Han Su's goal should have been achieved. If nothing unexpected happened, during this period of time, 1 duke and 8 marquises of Yong would successively declare their positions in various ways to consolidate Han Su's power and position. The entire Yong kingdom would have a unified voice. They kept talking about new policies, but what exactly was Han Su's real big move? Jiang Wang realized that he seemed to have witnessed a certain historical moment in Yong kingdom by chance. But the vast majority of people living in this historical moment were ignorant. At the center of everyone's attention, Jiao Wu, who sat alone in the main seat, waved his hand and very casually said, "Pack up this birthday gift and send it to the Reef Realm with me." Chapter 764. Jiao Wu wanted his men to send the head of the Reef Country spy back to the Reef Country. He was determined to draw a line with the Reef Country and leave no room for negotiation. Thus, they cleaned up, sang and danced. Wugong Marquis Xuemingi didn't cause any more trouble, smiling as he sat beside Jiao Wu. His goal had been achieved, and he had no reason not to be calm. Wearing a mask, no one could see his expression. However, he didn't speak much during the feast. The conflict between the three of them affected the emotions of all the guests. After this, no one was able to relax. Even Feng Ming, who was unhappy, didn't touch his wine cup anymore. Halfway through the feast, Mo Jingyu said goodbye and left. Xuemingi waited until Mo Jingyu left before saying goodbye to Jiao Wu. After the two of them left, Jiao Wu didn't need to force himself to stay here, saying that he was tired and directly leaving. After all, people like them didn't need to be too close to the people. The remaining guests were noisy for a while, but after being affected by what happened, they couldn't raise their spirits and slowly turned cold. Everyone was thinking about the influence of the future, but in the end, most of them could only wait for the future and be influenced. When the song was about to end and the crowd was about to leave, a servant of the Marquis Manor came to Feng Yu's side and whispered something into his ear. Feng Yu smiled, then calmly stood up and left with him. It was probably because Zhong Shou's willingness to be bullied had moved Marquis Waning, or maybe Marquis Wugong's visit had caused them to put down their arrogance. Anyways, Waning Marquis Manor gave Qingyun Pavilion a chance to repair their relationship. With Feng Yu's shrewdness, there was no chance of him messing up this matter. With that, the goal of Feng Yu and his son could be said to have been achieved. They were housed in the Qingyun Pavilion in Shun'an Prefecture, repairing their relationship with the only marquis in Shun'an Prefecture. This contribution would be of great help to Feng Yu when he tried to become the next sect leader. Jiang Wang was attentively talking to Feng Ming. He hoped to use this young master's relationship to sneak into the Qingyun Pavilion. Based on his experience with the Ethereal Hall, the lost building of the cloud-top celestial palace should exist in a hidden way, which was why it wasn't stolen. And the location of its existence should be very important, possibly with great symbolic significance. This way, it would not be easily lost during the sect's migration. The Ethereal Palace was moved from Zhuangdi to Qing Country, but the lost building of the cloud-top Immortal Palace still existed. Back when he was at Qiyun Mountain, he had thought of a problem. Qiyun Mountain's entry criteria were so strict that only the Azure Cloud Pavilion, the Ethereal Palace, the High Heaven Pavilion, and the Wandering Cloud Elder could open it. Since the late ancient era, the world had changed. Before the cloud-top Immortal Palace chose its successor, how could they ensure that the four sides could continue to exist? Apart from Old Cloud Traveler, the other three forces were almost equal in strength at the beginning, but now High Heaven Pavilion was the only one that could compete with the surrounding forces. For example, the ethereal palace was first crippled by Zhuang Qingqian, then fell into a dispute in the Qing country. Later, it was reluctantly subdued by the Chu country's Dou clan, and finally fell into the control of Jiang Wang. If any of them were unlucky, the ethereal palace could very well be destroyed. So what was it that ensured the continuation of the legacy? At first, Jiang Wang thought that Yi Lingxiao was secretly balancing everything in preparation for Yi Qingyu to take over the cloud-top immortal palace. As for the years before Yi Lingxiao, it could also be understood that the four sides had some kind of ancient tacit understanding. Whoever was stronger would have to shoulder the responsibility of maintaining the legacy. But after Yi Qingyu sent the Cloud Pavilion, this guess was overturned. If Yi Lingxiao was balancing everything, then the Ethereal Palace, the Azure Cloud Pavilion, and the other lost buildings should all be in his hands. Why didn't he go all the way and just give them all to Jiang Wang? Jiang Wang concluded that there was another way to ensure the legacy of the Cloud-top Immortal Palace, but with his current knowledge, he could not accurately deduce. Yi Lingxiao had once reminded him that the Cloud-top Immortal Palace was his fortune, but it might not be his fortune. So the question of the legacy of the Cloud-top Immortal Palace was very important, but limited by his knowledge, he could not find the answer. He could only put it aside for the time being. Returning to the matter of the Azure Cloud Pavilion, as long as he sneaked into the mountain gate, relying on the connection between the Cloud-top Immortal Palace and the lost buildings, it was very likely that he could silently take away the lost buildings. Just like when he took away the Ethereal Palace, he did not alert anyone else. Thus, he had to maintain the relationship that he had painstakingly built with Feng Ming. Feng Ming did not drink at this time, but after his father was invited into the inner room by Marquis Wei Ning, he became talkative again. Combining the information that he had heard in Wenxi County and today's contact, Jiang Wang had a preliminary judgment of Feng Ming. He was shrewd, vicious, and had a strong self-esteem. At the same time, he had the common problem of a rich young master, which was that he could not be bullied. Feng Yu brought him to Marquis Wei Ning's residence this time not only to gild him with gold, but also to temper his temper. Listening to Feng Ming's awe-inspiring stories, he occasionally agreed. Just at this time, a relaxed feedback came from the Tongtian Palace. Jiang Wang split a part of his consciousness and entered the Tongtian Palace, only to see wisps of green smoke dissipating. That was the last trace of the Netherworld Candle. After Zhuang Qingqian died, the Netherworld Candle was left behind in the Tongtian Palace. Even though he knew that this was a rare treasure, Jiang Wang did not want to get involved with it. After experiencing the battle between Zhuang Qingqian and the White Bone God, he now paid enough attention to the gods of the Netherworld. He did not think that he could win a peace. When faced with a bad plan, avoiding it was the best way. At the same time, he did not want to casually throw the Netherworld Candle anywhere. Firstly, he was afraid that it would be a hindrance to the people who picked it up. Secondly, the pressure that Zhuang Qingqian gave him was too strong. He was very worried that there was something left behind in the Netherworld Candle. Thus, he chose to directly move the Abhijna seed and use the true Samadhi fire to melt the Netherworld Candle. Whether or not Zhuang Qingqian had left something behind, the Netherworld Candle would be burned into smoke and nothing would be left. But the Netherworld Candle's tenacity was beyond imagination. The true Samadhi fire burned continuously, but it was only today that it was considered a success. The Netherworld Candle was completely burned into smoke. At this moment, many mysterious white bone secret arts flowed through his mind, just like when he first lit the Netherworld Candle. Jiang Wang resisted the instinct to learn and only silently memorized them. No matter how strong and wonderful these secret arts were, he would definitely not learn or use them. But this did not stop him from memorizing them and contributing them to the Great Illusionary Land's Tao development platform. If there were any problems with these secret arts, let the White Bone God and the Great Illusionary Land deal with it. "Brother Yu, what do you plan to do after this?" Perhaps because they were chatting happily, Feng Ming suddenly asked. Good things kept happening. The hidden danger of the netherworld candle being completely eliminated was a joy. He was just thinking about how to change the topic to this when he heard Feng Ming speak first. This was another joy. Everything was going smoothly. Jiang Wang temporarily put aside his gains and sighed. Ever since Master passed away, I've always felt at a loss about the path ahead. Brother Feng, I really have not thought about it. In the second inner mansion, the black and white Abhijna seeds spun. The power from the Abhijna was guiding the direction. Feng Ming nodded. So it's like this. Then he actually changed the topic. Back then, when I was traveling in Lan and Manor, Jiang Wang was stunned. He realized that he had been too confident. It was not that his power was not enough to influence Feng Ming. It was that in Feng Ming's choice, the choice of taking Yu Songhai in did not exist. Without enough knowledge, the wrong path would not work. Chapter 765. The effect of the stray path had always been to choose, and not create choices. He could not use his divine power to make others make choices that he would not make. Maybe after the seed of the divine power bloomed, the stray path would have a better performance. But at least for now, it could only be so. Jiang Wang had misjudged Feng Ming. He thought that Feng Ming would want to take him in as a follower. But Feng Ming had been cold from beginning to end. He only treated Jiang Wang as someone he met occasionally to relieve his boredom. He would chat with Jiang Wang, take him to see the world, and put his arm around his shoulder. But after leaving this birthday banquet, he would not recognize Jiang Wang at all. What Yu Songhai? What Shi Yun sword sect? He would not care about these mediocre people. The wonders of the stray path gave Jiang Wang the illusion that he controlled fate. But Feng Ming's choice poured a bucket of cold water on him. He didn't have enough self-knowledge, nor did he have accurate other views. He did not understand Feng Ming completely. Because of this, his divine power was thwarted. At this moment, he finally understood why a terrifying person like Zhuang Qingqian would be controlled by the White Bone God because of his absolute reliance on the stray path divine power. This ability really made it difficult for people to stop even if they wanted to. He had only used it a few times, and occasionally felt that everything was in control. Zhuang Qingqian had never lost a battle in his life. He had deceived gods and ghosts. He had reason to believe in his divine power. A sudden sense of defeat hit him head-on. Jiang Wang did not become angry from embarrassment. He did not blame himself. At this time, he only felt lucky. Lucky that he had discovered the limits of the stray path at such an unimportant time, and discovered the arrogant fantasies that the stray path brought. Fate did not teach him an even greater lesson that was harder to undo. With Zhuang Qingqian's example and Feng Ming's later events, he was reminded. He reminded himself to use the stray path divine power with a more correct attitude. Yes, Jiang Wang agreed with a smile. Brother Feng's experiences are truly spectacular. This little brother is moved. You are truly an extraordinary person who does extraordinary things. He lowered his attitude and also lowered his expectations. His initial plan was just to get acquainted with Feng Ming today. There was no need to rush things. Under Jiang Wang's deliberate pandering, the two of them naturally had a good chat. The guests in the courtyard gradually began to leave. At their table, only Jiang Wang and Feng Ming remained. Feng Ming was waiting for his father, while Jiang Wang was trying to protect this relationship that he had worked so hard to build. As they chatted, they were both anxious. However, after waiting for a long time, Feng Yu still did not come out. After a while, seeing that most of the guests had left, Feng Ming finally couldn't hold back anymore. He stood up and stopped a servant of the Marquis's estate. "May I trouble you to ask why my father hasn't come out yet?" The man shook his head. I'm just a servant. I don't know who your father is, so I can't go inside. The ominous feeling in Feng Ming's heart grew stronger and stronger. Somewhat impatiently, he passed through the banquet and walked straight into the inner room. However, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The steward Jiao from before looked at him expressionlessly. What are you doing, Uncle Jiao? Feng Ming didn't care whether he was humiliated or not. He lowered his head and bowed. My father has been summoned to the inner room for a discussion. Why hasn't he come out yet? Your father, Steward Jiao said in surprise. When did anyone summon him to the inner room? It's the Marquis's estate. Feng Ming looked around. Where could he find the servant who had let his father in? He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. However, he could only lower his stance and say, Uncle, please don't joke with me. I'm just worried about my father. Steward Jiao had already restrained his expression. He looked at him coldly. Who do you think you are? This old man is already so old. Do I need to joke with you? Something had happened to Feng Yu. The moment he thought of this, Feng Ming's legs almost turned to jelly. He gritted his teeth and was about to say something vicious when Jiang Wang walked behind him and pressed his shoulder. After all, he wasn't completely brainless. After a few moments of silence, he suppressed his turbulent emotions and turned around. Jiang Wang followed behind him. The two of them walked out of Marquis Wei Ning's estate. No one stopped them along the way. Marquis Wei Ning's estate was on the outskirts of Tongyi County. After walking out of the estate, there was a well-maintained straight road that connected to the main road in the distance. Bright lanterns were hung in front of the estate. The moon was bright outside and the stars were shining brightly. Scattered horse carriages gradually moved away on the straight road. After leaving the estate, Feng Ming finally couldn't hold back anymore. He fiercely punched a tree on the side of the road. What Marquis Wei Ning's estate? Is this a bandit's nest? We've accepted the gift and paid for the crime, but we still detained him. He was extremely angry. In reality, it was also because something had happened to his father, whom he had always relied on. This caused him to lose his composure. We didn't ask Qi Yunshan to go. It was that Jiao Xiong who insisted on going. Who's to blame now that something has happened? Didn't Senior Qi Yu also get into trouble? Who can we blame? Jiang Wang followed beside him. After he vented for a while, he said, Right now, your father has only been detained. Nothing has happened yet. Brother Feng, please calm down. The reason was simple. If something had happened to Feng Yu, the Marquis Wei Ning's estate wouldn't let Feng Ming leave. Feng Ming was furious. This old monkey, what does he want to do? Jiao Wu's body was indeed small and thin like a monkey, but no one would dare to call him an old monkey. At this moment, Feng Ming had lost his composure. Jiang Wang silently adjusted his understanding of the relationship between Feng Yu and Feng Ming. He then asked, Brother Feng, do you think that your sect will step out for this matter? Feng Ming also knew that being angry was useless. He took in a deep breath and tried to calm himself down before saying, They will definitely step out. After all, my father is Zhong Shou and is the face of the Green Cloud Pavilion. However, I don't know how much effort they will put in. Some people might want something to happen to my father. He also didn't know why he was discussing with Yu Songhai, whom he had met today. He only instinctively felt that compared to the people in the sect who were scheming against each other, Yu Songhai who he had met today was more reliable. After all, they had met by accident and wouldn't plot against each other. Then you can only rely on yourself, Jiang Wang said. Brother Yu, do you have any ideas? After Feng Ming suppressed his emotions, his brain came back. He turned around and looked at Jiang Wang. If you can save my father, I will recommend you into the Green Cloud Pavilion. I will guarantee your core identity. So you also know that I want to enter the Green Cloud Pavilion. I hinted to you during the meal and you acted dumb. Jiang Wang cursed in his heart. However, he also understood that there weren't many fools these days. If he didn't show his worth, why would the son of Zhong's show of the Green Cloud Pavilion be your guarantor? It was fine as long as they didn't know how to suck up to him. With Feng Ming's background, he didn't lack followers. Jiang Wang sighed for a moment before saying with the magnanimity of a wise person, "First, we need to know why Mr. Feng was detained." Why? Feng Ming was really cooperative, but he was also really confused. Isn't it to take revenge for Jiao Xiong's death? That might be the reason, but it won't be the reason. Jiang Wang shook his head. Let me ask you, a spy from the Reef country appeared in Shun, an prefecture, and wanted to collude with a traitor. Marquis Weining is definitely loyal to the Emperor and definitely has no other intentions. Who was the spy from the Reef country contacting? In the entire Shun, an prefecture, who is worthy enough to collude with a spy from another country? Who else is worth the Reef country's effort? Before and after were all the same thing. However, it was hard to see clearly for the people involved. Feng Ming wasn't a fool, and his face instantly turned ashen white. Our Green Cloud Pavilion. Chapter 766. Whether or not the Azure Cloud Pavilion colluded with the Reef country was not important. Whether or not Marquis Wei Ning wanted the Azure Cloud Pavilion to collude with the Reef country was more important. This was why Feng Ming's expression was ugly. He had already understood the seriousness of the matter. So what should I do? He asked. Marquis Wei Ning has already given you a choice. If the Azure Cloud Pavilion colludes with the Reef country, he can resolve his hatred for his grandson dying at Mount Qiyun. But if he lets you go, what can he gain? Or what does he want? Jiang Wang said, satisfy him. Feng Ming gritted his teeth. For Jiao Xiong's death, we have already shown enough sincerity. Jiang Wang sighed inwardly. Marquis Wei Ning should have detained Feng Ming, and let Feng Yu consider this problem. Compared to Feng Yu, Feng Ming simply lacked experience and decisiveness. But on second thought, was Feng Ming worth such a huge price? Would the Azure Cloud Pavilion hesitate to act? He had only thought of this. Perhaps Marquis Wei Ning was thinking of something else. There may be another way, but I don't recommend it. Jiang Wang continued, you don't have to find Marquis Wei Ning. Marquis Wugong, who just left, is also a choice. The Reef country spies were all caught by Marquis Wugong's subordinate. If Marquis Wugong said that the Azure Cloud Pavilion had nothing to do with the Reef country, then it naturally had nothing to do with them. But Jiang Wang did not recommend it because he was concerned about Feng Yu's safety. At the same time, the Azure Cloud Pavilion would continue to exist in Shun, an prefecture. Falling out with Marquis Wei Ning was not a rational choice. Feng Ming was silent for a while. I know what to do. He patted Jiang Wang's shoulder. I will go back and think of a way to raise the money. I will definitely satisfy the old monkey. I will have to trouble Brother Yu to wait here. If there are any new developments, inform me immediately. As he spoke, he took out a 3-inch white box. Keep this 1,000-mile sound transmission box well. I will have to trouble you here. The 1,000-mile sound transmission box made by the Mahist sect was very effective. But because of its secrecy, many cultivators were wary of it and it was not popularized. Moreover, it was very easy to block and could not be used in battle. These were the reasons why its sales were limited. However, it was said that the Mahist sect had a virtually unblockable sound transmission box. It was just that they had never leaked it to the outside world. Jiang Wang reached out to take the small white square box. His attitude was very solemn. Brother Feng, please do not worry. I will definitely guard this place and keep a close eye on the Marquis Fu. The 1,000 miles sound transmission box had an exquisite appearance. It was cold to the touch. He had heard of this item for a long time, but this was the first time he had seen it in person. Such a mysterious effect could be achieved with such a small box. Mo Gates' mechanism techniques could be said to be unparalleled under the heavens. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Although this is the first time we've met, I will never forget Brother Yu's loyalty. Feng Ming patted Jiang Wang's shoulder again to encourage him. Then, he turned around and flew away. It wasn't that he didn't know how to buy people's hearts. Then can you help me find the Azure Cloud Pavilion for your brother Yu? Jiang Wang sighed and prepared to start his boring job of keeping an eye on Feng Yu. He was almost certain that nothing would happen to Feng Yu before Feng Ming took action. But in order to perform well and sneak into the Azure Cloud Pavilion, he had no choice but to do such a futile thing. At this moment, a sentence came from behind him. It was much more direct and straightforward than Jiang Wang's thoughts. Can you give this to your third brother? Jiang Wang let out a long sigh. He had been sighing the entire day. It was too worrying. He turned around and saw two familiar figures, one fat and one thin. Zheng Laosan pointed at the 1,000 miles sound transmission box in Jiang Wang's hand. He seemed a little embarrassed. It looks very valuable. Sigh, spending money to avoid disasters. If you don't bear to part with it, you'll suffer a great loss. Li Laosi stood at the side like a kind passerby, acting as a peacemaker. Jiang Wang felt the veins on his forehead throbbing. These two buffoons had actually not left yet. This was truly a sin created by fate. Why? Jiang Wang tried to be as calm as possible. He really wanted to know why. These two fellows didn't even have the aura of a transcendent being. At most, they were at the outer sect level of Maplewood City. Of course, he could feel them getting close, but he really didn't expect that they would dare to come over, dare to open their mouths, and dare to extort him. Do they not have eyes? I entered the Lord's Manor's birthday banquet and chatted with the son of Azure Cloud Pavilions, Zhong Shou. We are reasonable people. Zheng Laosan didn't know what Jiang Wang was thinking. He said seriously, "Before you paid for the cloak, but not the robe. Let's settle our accounts clearly. This is a separate matter." They had said that they were even, but these two idiots actually played word games with him. It was wrong for him to steal things, but a broken cloak and a broken robe shouldn't cost him so much, right? The money they earned was more than 100 times. Jiang Wang was so angry that he laughed. "So, what else do you want? Didn't third brother say it?" The fat man waved his steel knife. "Your box is not bad. A friend gave it to you? How about giving it to a friend?" Li Laosan clapped his hands and said happily, "Hey, this is called returning the favor. Coming from other people and coming to you? This is called returning the favor?" Jiang Wang wanted to clap for them. He couldn't help but laugh. "What if I say no?" "Hey!" Li Laosan's face turned cold. He pointed to the side with his thumb. "This sturdy body, shining steel knife. Do you see that? Tisk!" Zheng Laosan smacked him and said in disdain, "Don't be so bloody. I don't chop people." He was obviously the one who made the decision between the two of them. He appeared very magnanimous as he looked at Jiang Wang with a smile. "We will never force you. We will hang you up on a tree until you say yes. It isn't convenient to communicate here. It won't be good if people see." Jiang Wang pointed to the forest not far away. "Let's go there to talk?" "Yes, if you casually hand over such a valuable thing, it will indeed be difficult for you." Zheng Laosan was considerate. "Then let's go. Go, go, go!" Li Laosan took the lead and led the way valiantly and spiritedly. Jiang Wang followed behind him unhurriedly. Probably afraid that he would run away, Zheng Laosan stuck close to him, his eyes firmly fixed on him. Just like that, the three of them walked into the dark forest. In less than 10 breaths, Jiang Wang clapped his hands and walked out slowly. To him, this was just a small episode that slightly adjusted his mood. The job of stalking was where he needed to perform well at the moment. In the small forest, two figures, one fat and one thin, were tied up by vines and hung upside down on a tree, swaying. The two of them looked at each other, and the other looked at each other. At this moment, crack, crack, the sound of dead branches being crushed came from afar. Chapter 767. The night was dark, and the forest was especially dark. A long-haired woman with a slim figure walked through the night, stepping on the dead branches and withered leaves. She walked to the big tree where the fat and skinny men were hanging upside down. She looked up. The moonlight passed through the gaps between the branches and leaves, revealing the evil mask on her face without any facial features. "Interesting?" she asked, her voice very soft. The mouths of the two people on the tree were also tied with cloth strips. The cloth strips were made from their clothes. The fat man didn't say anything. The skinny man whimpered. "Are you tired?" The woman asked again, and a dangerous aura spread. Whoosh! Zheng Laosan lightly blew on it, and the tightly bound strips of cloth fluttered and fell to the ground. He smiled like a child. "It's fun." The woman took 2 steps. "Boss didn't ask you to come here to play." "But we didn't just play and do nothing." Zheng Laosan laughed strangely. Li Laosi, on the other hand, let out a strange knocking sound. The cloth strips on his mouth automatically turned section by section, and finally rolled into a small ball, pa. It fell to the ground, creating a bottomless vertical pit. "That's right," he agreed. "Who are you playing with?" The woman wearing the faceless mask was a little helpless. Zheng Laosan turned his head and looked at Li Laosi, then turned back and said, "I'm not telling you. Is that person interesting?" The woman didn't seem to hear his refusal. Her whole body slowly floated up, and her head was level with the hanging Li Laosi. Her eyes looked into his eyes. Li Laosi shrank back and looked at Zheng Laosan for help. "Third brother?" Zheng Laosan closed his eyes. He pretended not to see. The woman emphasized her nasal voice. "He's very reasonable," Li Laosi quickly said. "How reasonable?" "He's willing to be reasonable to someone who's obviously weaker than him." "Then he's really reasonable. Isn't that so?" Li Laosi looked very proud, as if he was the one being praised. "Then why are you still hanging up?" the woman asked. "Because we're unreasonable," Li Laosi said matter-of-factly, not ashamed at all. "How strong is that person?" the woman asked again. "Stronger than trash," Li Laosi said with a cheeky smile. The woman obviously didn't want to play along with his joke. "When Xin was saved by Boss himself. Don't always call him trash. Don't always tease him." Li Laosi chuckled and didn't say anything. Obviously, he didn't take it to heart. "He'll dig your heart out sooner or later," the woman suddenly said viciously. Ooh, just like that, Li Laosi started swinging upside down. He was having a great time playing with himself. Obviously, he didn't care about this level of threat at all. In other words, even if this threat did come true one day, he wouldn't think it was a bad thing. Perhaps it would be very interesting. "Where is that person?" The woman quietly waited for him to play for a while before asking again. Li Laosi stopped his strange swing and stopped smiling. He looked straight at the woman. "Third brother said that he won't tell you." The woman giggled. "Your words sound so interesting. Let me." She reached out and gently touched her faceless mask. "I have the urge to take off my mask." Bang! A soft sound rang out. It made people wonder if this sound had happened before. Just after this soft sound, Zheng Laosan had already been released from his restraints and stood face to face in front of the woman. That shining steel knife had been raised in his hand at some unknown time. "That's my toy. You're not allowed to play with it," he said with a serious expression. His eyes were stubborn and pure, like a stubborn child, but there was also the coldness and sharpness of the steel knife in his hand. His massive figure gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. At this time, the green vines on Li Laosi's body slithered like snake. His whole body turned in a circle and lightly stood behind Jing Laosan. "Third brother," he said, "I don't really want to cut her flesh. I have 2 reasons. First, she's too thin and doesn't have much meat. Second, we can't beat the old man." "Laosi, you're right," Jing Laosan said. "I'm a reasonable person," Li Laosi said happily. Jing Laosan was still looking at the woman wearing the faceless mask. He didn't look back. "But think about it. Wouldn't it be fun if the old man chased after us?" "Hey!" Li Laosi's eyes lit up. He seemed to be interested. "Okay." The woman put down her hand and chose to compromise. "I know it's your toy. I won't touch it." Jing Laosan still didn't put down the steel knife. "You just said you wanted to take off your mask." The woman put her hands on her hips. "I don't want to anymore. Can't I?" Jing Laosan's eyes were stubborn. "No. Once a promise is made, it's hard to take it back even with a team of 4 horses. A word of 9 tripods, a mouthful of saliva like a nail, a promise worth 1,000 gold." Li Laosi chimed in, but his words were not very coherent. He had to think for a while before spitting out a sentence intermittently. The woman decided to admit defeat. She took out a gold ingot from her storage box. "I apologize. I'll pay." Jing Laosan put away the gold and smiled. "Okay. Third brother, Li Laosi looked at him eagerly. "This is for the 2 of us." Jing Laosan waved his hand perfunctorily. "Don't worry, third brother won't treat you unfairly." "Idiot!" The woman couldn't help but scold. "You scolded us." Jing Laosan immediately looked at her with a serious face. The woman could only take out the gold again. At her cultivation level, gold and silver were worthless to her. The reason why she still carried so much with her was that she was forced by these 2 living treasures in front of her. They would always ask you to pay or they would kill you. It was impossible to not have some money on you. Back to business. How's your big matter? After the woman took out the money, she said unhappily, "Boss said you were too playful and asked me to help you." Jing Laosan was very unconvinced. When he came, he also said that he believed we could do it well this time. Li Laosi chimed in, "That's right. After all, it's our big matter." Jing Laosan said. Li Laosi continued, "It's a very important matter." After saying that, they glared at the woman, wanting to give an explanation. The woman raised her head slightly and thought for a moment. Maybe he forgot. This reason seemed ridiculous, but Jing Laosan and Li Laosi accepted it without any hindrance. It was very reasonable. "All right," Jing Laosan said, "we're observing the situation." Li Laosi continued, "It's going smoothly." "That's good," the woman said faintly. At this moment, Jiang Wang, who was guarding outside Marquis Wei Ning's mansion, didn't know who he had unintentionally provoked. He didn't know what kind of terrifying existence the 2 fellows he had casually hung on the tree were. He also didn't know that a sudden killing intent had silently disappeared. This world was so dangerous that no one could guarantee their safety. He just quietly guarded, not relaxing for a moment as he explored the inner mansion, waiting for Feng Ming's arrival. It was already late at night and dawn had yet to come. Chapter 768. We had an agreement beforehand. We clearly had an agreement. There are hundreds of people in the trading company waiting for their lives. How can we not let it go? How can the Marquis' estate change orders like this? Does Marquis Wei Ning know that you're bullying people like this? Master Jiao, don't be like this, don't be like this. Where did I do wrong? Please tell me, I'll change, I'll apologize, I'll kneel before you. Is that all right? Bang! The person pleading for leniency was kicked far away, rolling a few times on the ground before coming to a stop. He was still muttering in pain, "You can't do this, you can't do this, scram." A brawny man dressed in martial attire stood in front of the Marquis' estate. He should be a family soldier raised by the Marquis' estate. He pointed his halberd at the person and said in a fierce voice, "If you cause trouble again, I'll kill your entire family." The pleading voice came to an abrupt end. The person on the ground gritted his teeth and endured for a while. After catching his breath, he got up and slowly walked away. Jiang Wang looked from afar and recognized this person. At the birthday banquet in the inner courtyard, when the Marquis of Martial Arts suddenly came to visit, everyone stood up to welcome him. Some guests even impatiently went out to welcome him, and this person was one of them. It should be that action that offended the Marquis Wei Ning's estate and ruined whatever they had discussed earlier. There was no way to know the specifics, but presumably it was a matter of life and death for the trading company this person belonged to. But to the large Marquis Wei Ning's estate, perhaps it was just like chasing away a stray dog, insignificant and insignificant. Jiang Wang didn't say a word, silently standing further away into the night. Could it be said that the person who was chased away reaped what he sowed? Could it be said that he was stupid and couldn't see the situation clearly? No matter what, he represented a trading company with hundreds of people. Among normal people, he should have some family resources. But in front of two marquises with meritorious service, was he worth anything? Suddenly hearing the name of the Marquis of Martial Arts, how could he not roll and crawl to greet them? The Marquis Wei Ning's estate was so forceful because of this. The brawny man who threatened him should be a family soldier of the Marquis of Wei Ning's family. Jiang Wang was able to discern that the words "I'll kill your entire family" weren't empty threats, and they truly carried killing intent. Just by looking at how frightened the person was, one could tell how persuasive this sentence was. Any random person from the Marquis Wei Ning's mansion could easily kill an entire family? From this matter, it could be seen that the laws of the Yong Kingdom were a joke to the Marquis of Wei Ning's household. A force without rules was chaotic, terrifying, and unstable. Whether it was the country or the sect, it was the same. Jiang Wang then thought about how Feng Yu had brought a generous gift to celebrate the birthday and apologize, but in the end, he was suddenly detained. Of course, he didn't have any feelings for Feng Yu, nor did he understand his character. But just based on this matter alone, the Azure Cloud Pavilion was the strongest sect in Shun'an Prefecture, and the Marquis Wei Ning's residence had framed them. He didn't even want to come up with a good reason. To put it bluntly, he didn't even want to forge evidence. Thinking back to that time at Qiyun Mountain, Jiao Xiong had participated in the historical heritage of the Azure Cloud Pavilion and even became the leader. No matter what happened in the dark, at least on the surface, Qi Yu still had to flatter Jiao Xiong. Even if Qi Yu's true strength was clearly stronger than Jiao Xiong's. The Azure Cloud Pavilion wasn't some random Tom, Dick, or Harry. In fact, it had a resounding reputation in Shun'an Prefecture. If even it had to face such bullying, it was easy to imagine what other people and other powers would face. The Marquis of Wei Ning's contempt for the laws of the Yong Kingdom had seeped into his bones. It was just like how the Yong Kingdom had just suffered a defeat and walked out of the danger of being destroyed, and the Marquis of Wei Ning's birthday banquet was so extravagant and extravagant. It wasn't that the Yong Kingdom lacked this bit of wealth, nor was it that the Marquis of Wei Ning had to tighten his belt to pass his days. Rather, it was that in these difficult times, as one of the most powerful figures in the Yong Kingdom, shouldn't he set an example and work together to overcome the difficulties? Even Zhuang Gaoxian, a cold-hearted person, could be diligent and thrifty, not adding a single tile to his palace ever since he ascended the throne. In the end, Jiao Wu wasn't even willing to put in the effort to save face. These weren't attitudes that had been formed overnight. They were all habits left over from the past years, the accumulated abuses of history. This wasn't just Jiao Wu's problem. The crux of the problem wasn't why Jiao Wu was like this, but why Jiao Wu could be like this. At this very moment, Jiang Wang, who had witnessed all of this, suddenly understood why Han Su wanted to reform the court. Why did he want to initiate such an intense reform right after the Yong kingdom walked out of the danger of being destroyed? In truth, the Yong kingdom of the past had already decayed to the extreme. This country with a long history had already rotted away over the years. Beneath its ostentatious exterior, its flesh and blood were rotten beyond belief. For every day that Han Su controlled the court, the Yong kingdom slid into a bottomless abyss. Thinking this through, Jiang Wang suddenly broadened his horizons. Many things that he had been unable to understand suddenly became clear to him. From the perspective of the general trend of the Yong kingdom's reform, everything had a new explanation. Mo Jingyu's visit to Jiao Wu's birthday banquet could be seen as an attempt by Yang's conservative faction to win over Mahist sect. Of course, from Mahist sect's perspective, it could be another faction within Mahist sect that was dissatisfied with Han Su and had sent an invitation to Yang's conservative faction. The Marquis of Wugong's sudden visit was to break this connection. The war had already ended. If he wanted to settle the score, he could have done so long ago. However, Han Su had bided his time and waited until today to uncover the Reef Kingdom's spy. That confrontation at the birthday banquet. It was the Marquis of Wugong, Xuemingyi, who represented Han Su in forcing the Marquis of Weining, Jiao Wu, to abdicate. As a result, Jiao Wu had no choice but to declare his position and stand clearly. Otherwise, he would have been charged with treason. Marquis Weining's declaration was to sever ties with Mahist sect's faction that opposed Han Su. Perhaps this was the reason why Mo Jingyu's interest had waned. He had made this trip in vain. As for detaining Fengyu, perhaps Jiao Wu was venting his anger, or perhaps he was just continuing his previous plan, or perhaps he wanted to make one last profit before the reform was complete. The information obtained from the Marquis of Weining's residence was insufficient, so it was impossible to make an accurate judgment. But no matter what the reason was, his appetite was astonishing. Fortunately, Jiang Wang had already made things clear to Feng Ming. If he was smart enough, he should know what to do. Even if he didn't understand or was unwilling, Jiang Wang wouldn't lose anything. He was just watching the fire burn across the river. Whether it was heroic or tragic, that was someone else's business. Of course, the better Feng Yu's situation was, the more convenient it would be for him to establish a connection with him. So Feng Ming had better be smart. The night passed quietly. When the sky had just brightened, a huge caravan drove over from afar like a long snake, gradually approaching Marquis Weining's residence. Just from the extremely deep ruts, one could see how many things the carriages were carrying. Feng Qi rode a tall horse at the front of the caravan. In just a short half of the night, his condition had become much more haggard. There was an unconcealable exhaustion that shouldn't appear on a transcendent cultivator. But perhaps because he had accomplished something big, his eyes were very bright. He glanced at Jiang Wang at the side of the road and exchanged glances. After confirming that there weren't any unexpected changes, he flew off the horse and strode to Marquis Weining's residence's signboard, knocking on the door. His footsteps were very steady, and his hands were very steady. This meant that he had made up his mind. Steward Jiao, who had already received the news, pushed open the door and looked at Feng Qi with some surprise. "What are you doing?" Today's Feng Ming bowed deeply, totally different from yesterday's furious and arrogant person. His voice was loud and sincere. "I heard that the Reef Country spies caused trouble for Marquis Weining, and the people of Shun and Prefecture hate them. Although Qinyun Pavilion is small and not rich, we still have a patriotic heart. My father, Feng Yu, is Zong Shou of Qinyun Pavilion, blessed by the Emperor and blessed by the country. I am willing to use all my wealth to help the Marquis send troops out of the Reef Country and pacify the west of my great Yong." Who knew if he thought of these words himself or if he asked someone to polish them? Anyways, his words were very passionate and sincere. Steward Jiao looked deeply at him, no longer looking at him with the disdain from before. Young Master Feng, please wait a moment. Let me pass on the message. After he said this, he turned around and returned to the manor. Keep the land but lose the people, both people and land are lost. Keep the people but lose the land, both people and land are gained. Many people knew this theory, but not everyone had the courage to use all their wealth. After today's incident, Feng Ming's impression of him had changed drastically. The waning Marquis Manor was like a giant beast with a bloody mouth, swallowing an entire convoy of riches, swallowing the Feng family down to their bones. In the end, it only spat out Fengyu. In the past, under the Yong country's flashy appearance, how many such giant beasts were silently eating the flesh and blood of this country? It was impossible for the people standing at the top of the country to not see it and not be clear. Even each and every one of them was deeply involved. Although Han Yin didn't care, Han Su couldn't take it. Maybe the Yong country would rise from the ashes, maybe it would collapse from illness. Before that moment truly arrived, no one knew. Maybe the matters of the country couldn't be measured by simple right or wrong. Maybe no matter what decision one made, one could find many reasons and support. But maybe right or wrong was in everyone's heart. It might be simple, but it wasn't weak at all. Just thinking about it, one would know how torturous Feng Yu's night was. The smarter one was, the more torturous it was. Life and death were completely in the hands of others. He was locked up, unable to control himself, and could only wait for his fate to arrive. That kind of pain could almost drive a person crazy. But at this moment, Feng Yu, who was walking out of the Marquis's household, was in high spirits and full of smiles. He called Steward Jiao brother and warmly said goodbye. It seemed that Marquis Wei Ning's household had kindly asked him to stay, so he stayed the night as a guest. The wealth he had accumulated for half his life was like a cool breeze. Just this skill of cultivating energy was worth Feng Ming learning for a few more decades. The doors of the Marquis's household slowly closed, and Feng Ming went forward to welcome his father. Jiang Wang silently followed. Now was the time to occupy a core position beside the Feng father and son. Of course, he wouldn't miss it, but he also wouldn't steal the limelight. When he came, he had brought a full group of carriages. When he left, he was empty-handed. The Feng family's many years of accumulated wealth was wiped out overnight. Feng Ming's heart was filled with sorrow. He said sorrowfully, "We have nothing left." "No, we have everything." Feng Yu turned his head and patted Feng Ming's shoulder. "Ming-er, in the past, I always thought that you were immature. Only now do I know that your father neglected you. You have already grown up. You did well this time. Your filial piety is commendable, and your ingenuity is even more commendable." Feng Ming's gaze swept over Jiang Wang for a moment, but in the end, he accepted it without a word. "This is the duty of a son," he said. Chapter 769. The Azure Cloud Pavilion's encampment was located 20 miles east of Wensi County, on a mountain that was not very tall. Like the other organizations on this land, they abided by the Yong laws. The scenery here was quiet and secluded, with continuous pavilions. Although it could not be compared to the Lingshao Pavilion, it still had its own style. Unknowingly, Jiang Wang had already lived here for more than half a month. Apart from cultivating every day, he followed Feng Ming around, strictly playing the role of a follower. He helped Feng Ming to be in the limelight, but he did not show off. If anything happened, he would take the blame for Feng Ming. He had also explored many places in the Azure Cloud Pavilion, but there was still no trace of the lost building of the Cloud Top Palace. During this time, he participated in the Blessed Land Challenge on the 15th of the first month and fell to the 40th place, Bochi Mountain. He did not fight many battles at the Sword Discourse Arena, so although he won many battles, he still did not enter the top 100 of the Inner Mansion stage. He did not chat much with Chung Gung-sheng, because he was cultivating hard and catching up with time, so there was little time to chat. Nothing major happened in Linzi, and everything was normal. He sparred with Zhuo Guangshu a few times, and under the circumstances of not using any abilities and sealing off the second inner mansion, his victory was half and half. He contributed the few white bone secret techniques he obtained from burning the netherworld candle to the Tao development stage, obtaining more than 10,000 techniques, but there was still a distance to the 30,000 techniques needed to unlock the fourth level of the Tao development stage. These things were scattered all over the course of time. But the most important goal was to find the lost building of the Cloud Top Palace, which Jiang Wang wanted to find, but he still could not find it. In this half a month, he had found the opportunity to go to all the places that Feng Ming had the authority to go. But he did not find anything. Compared to the Ethereal Hall and Lingshao Pavilion, which were easy to obtain, this Azure Cloud Pavilion had already taken too much time. The state of Yong was not a place to stay for long. Even if he cultivated here, he could not relax. After all, his current identity was only that of a soaring dragon realm disciple of the Creek Cloud Sword sect. He had to be careful not to reveal any strength that exceeded his cultivation level. I have to find a way to enter the core secret area and check out the forbidden areas of the sect. Jiang Wang thought and pondered silently. His current status was that of an official disciple of the Azure Cloud Pavilion. He was valued by Feng Yu and was close to Feng Ming. His performance was also outstanding. In just half a month, he had almost become a core disciple. However, this identity was still not enough for him to freely enter the core secret area of the Azure Cloud Pavilion. And for a very long time, his current identity could be considered to have come to an end. Without the Feng and Qi bloodlines, the one who fought at the peak was the only one with an outside surname in the Qingyun Pavilion. That Zhong Shou who was not surnamed Zhong was still really young, normal methods wouldn't work, and he didn't have that much time to struggle in a mere Azure Cloud Pavilion. If he had the time, he could wait until he established the Saint Tower and became an expert of the Outer Tower before coming back to take it by force. It might even be faster. If they were to take the risk, they would need to carefully weigh the strength of the Azure Cloud Pavilion. Feng Ming was proud of being a disciple of a famous sect, and his ambitions were loftier than the heavens. However, the sects of Yong had nothing to boast about. The Azure Cloud Pavilion wasn't even a fart compared to a true famous sect. As long as the Azure Cloud Pavilion had a god-descending expert, they wouldn't be so inferior to the waning Marquis Manor. The sect leader of the Azure Cloud Pavilion was only at the peak of the Outer Tower. Zhong Shou and Feng Yu were only 2 outer towers. The other 3 Zhong Shou couldn't exceed the Outer Tower, which was why there were at most 5 Outer Tower experts in the entire Azure Cloud Pavilion. From Feng Yu's actions, there might be even less. That was because he was obviously interested in the position of sect leader. This meant that his current cultivation wasn't too low among the higher-ups of the Azure Cloud Pavilion. Using the 5 Outer Tower experts as an example, once their tracks were exposed, would they be able to escape? Song Hai! An affectionate shout rang out from afar, causing Jiang Wang to stop and think. Just by hearing the voice, he knew who it was. Qi Lu of the 4 great sects of the Azure Cloud Pavilion. Before this, he had discussed sword techniques with the disciples of the Azure Cloud Pavilion. To be valued in a foreign place, it was impossible to just rely on flattery. One had to display one's own worth. Helping Feng Ming in the waning Marquis Manor was a display, but that credit was taken by Feng Ming himself. The Azure Cloud Pavilion didn't know the value of Yu Songhai, which was why when they were discussing sword techniques, he purposely displayed some of his insights, easily convincing the disciples who were discussing with him and winning their respect. What he didn't expect was that the discussion would spread to the ears of Qi Lu. It was said that his sword path ideals were similar, making him really happy. From then on, he viewed Jiang Wang in a new light. Sir Zong Shou. Jiang Wang smiled as he welcomed him. No matter how he felt, a disciple of the Azure Cloud Pavilion had to be respectful to Zong Shou. Hayes, I said long ago that we are friends, so there is no need to be so polite. Qi Lu was around 50 years old. He liked to wear robes with long sleeves fluttering in the wind. He gave off an unrestrained aura and wasn't very polite. Walking down from the mountain, he grabbed Jiang Wang's hand and walked to the side. That sword move from last time, accompany me to study it. Of course, Jiang Wang didn't want to study any sword moves with him. It wasn't that Qi Lu's sword techniques were useless. On the contrary, this person's sword techniques were really outstanding and he had his own intuition. He also had some inspiration for Jiang Wang's sword path. However, Jiang Wang couldn't display his understanding. He had to pay attention to his own talent and control it to a level that Qi Lu would praise while not exceeding his identity as Yu Songhai. It was really difficult. The harder it was to hide in front of a sword path expert. Jiang Wang didn't want Qi Lu to see through him just because of a casual remark he made about the Tao of the sword after hiding for so long. He had always tried to avoid it. Senior brother Feng Ming is looking for me for something, Jiang Wang purposely said in a difficult manner. Don't worry. Qi Lu didn't even turn his head. When I came, I arranged for him to do something. He won't disturb us in a short time. Jiang Wang, the relationship between the Feng and Qi bloodlines was really weird. The competition between them was really obvious, but they were also really close. Maybe it had to do with the intermarriage between the two bloodlines. For example, if Qi Lu casually asked him to do something, Feng Ming would have no choice but to do it. It wasn't because of Qi Lu's identity, but because he was Feng Ming's senior and both of them were related by blood. He couldn't reject and could only face it. He pulled himself together and discussed sword techniques with Qi Lu as if he was treading on thin ice, and he won praise again. Jiang Wang sighed in relief, and he felt even more exhausted than when he had fought against someone with a sword. Your sword path talent is really not bad. On the peak of the mountain that they often went to, Qi Lu looked at Jiang Wang in admiration, praising, although there are some areas that you don't understand deeply enough, you are limited by your master and your horizons aren't wide enough. Your talent can't be hidden, and I have high hopes for your future. Sir Zong Shou praises me too much. Qi Lu told Jiang Wang to be more casual, but Jiang Wang still followed the rules and was really polite. Your sword technique really surprises me. I probably won't be able to reach it in my life. Qi Lu smiled reservedly, obviously very proud of his swordsmanship. However, he suddenly sighed. Unfortunately, I don't have a son. I don't know who to pass down my skills to. He looked at Jiang Wang. His hint was really obvious. Jiang Wang, you still want me to call you father? One sword from me and you won't have it anymore, do you believe it? He was helpless, but on the surface he said, Sir Zong Shou is at your prime. If you want to leave a bloodline, you just need to spend some time, and 8 or 10 won't be a problem. Cultivators like us have to fight every day. Where would we have time to bother about family matters? Qi Lu's face was really solemn. Jiang Wang acted dumb, but he didn't want to waste any more time, directly going straight to the point. Songhai, after this period of time, we understand one another. I want to take you in as my godson, are you willing? Chapter 770. Jiang Wang stood in the wind, his mind a little messy. If he really was Yu Songhai, then acknowledging Qi Lu as his godfather was a great way out. He could go from an outsider who joined halfway to the true core of the Qingyun Pavilion. In the entire Qingyun Pavilion, below the sect leader, the 4 Zong Shou were the highest. Qi Lu also didn't have any children, so from now on, his position would be the same as Feng Ming's. However, the problem was that Jiang Wang wasn't the pitiful last-generation successor of Shi Yun's sword sect. He wasn't the pitiful Yu Songhai who was trapped in the cave waiting for Jiang Wang. He was the top person in the current Tianjiao, Qi Soaring Dragon, an inner house cultivator with 2 superhuman abilities. In the entire Yong country, no one in the same age group could beat him. Why would he be willing to accept an outer house cultivator as his godfather in such a small Qingyun pavilion? How could shallow water trap a flood dragon? Even this Qingyun pavilion Zong Shou himself might not be his opponent in a life and death battle. However, if he didn't agree, in the Green Cloud Pavilion, if a Zong Shou tried to trip him up, he would only get further and further away from the lost building. What ability do I have to be so highly regarded by Sir Zong Shou? Jiang Wang chose his words carefully, however. Young Master Feng Qi and I are on the same wavelength, and Zong Shou also has high hopes for me. They led me into the Qingyun Pavilion, so if I join someone else, I won't feel at ease. That isn't what a gentleman would do, and I think you wouldn't want to see that. As an elder, I shouldn't say that. However, how can I bear to let a bright pearl be covered in dust? Qi Lu looked at Jiang Wang seriously. A person like you shouldn't be below him. Those words were a little too much, just short of saying that Feng Ming was trash. In other words, Qi Lu was sure that Feng Ming's performance during this period of time was due to the influence of this Yu Songhai. When they were outside the Waning Manor, Feng Yu told Feng Ming that they had everything. He didn't just say that Feng Ming had matured and matured, but that they had used all their wealth to gain the recognition of the Waning Manor. The Waning Manor would support Feng Yu to a certain extent. Moreover, within the Qingyun Pavilion, they would only support Feng Yu. One only needed to think about how Qi Yu treated Jiao Xiong to know how important this support was. Therefore, Feng Yu, who had suffered a huge loss in terms of wealth, had instead become more and more like a fish in water in the Azure Cloud Pavilion during this period of time, and his right to speak increased day by day. With this, Feng Yu gained the upper hand and the other Zong Shou lost. Maybe Qi Lu really appreciated Jiang Wang's talent, or maybe he was fighting for power and profit. In short, he offered a price. Even if it didn't work out, if Feng Ming heard what he said, given Feng Ming's personality, it would be hard for him to not take offense. It almost blocked Jiang Wang's normal way of retrieving the lost buildings of the Cloud Top Immortal Palace. Fine. I'll take it as you've helped me make a choice. Jiang Wang thought to himself. He forced a smile and said, "You're exaggerating. Young Master Feng Ming is a reserved man. I can't compare to him. You don't have to say such empty words to me." Qi Lu interrupted him directly. He was very forceful. "Songhai, most geniuses won't be willing to be below others. You're smart and talented. However, in the Green Cloud Pavilion, it's either Qi or Feng. You're an outsider and can't climb to the peak. No matter how much Feng Yu values you, can you compare to Feng Ming? Be my adopted son and you'll be part of the Qi family. Think about it, how big will your future be?" One couldn't say that Qi Lu wasn't sincere. His sincerity couldn't be any more. However, Jiang Wang wanted to flip the table. He was only here to search for the lost buildings of the Cloud Top Immortal Palace, and not to seek development. Why was there no end to it? Just as he was thinking about what excuse he could find, he heard Feng Ming's shout from afar. "Songhai! Songhai! What a timely rain! I'm here!" Jiang Wang hurriedly replied. For the first time, he felt that Feng Ming was quite cute. Qi Lu, who was disturbed, didn't think so. He directly ignored Feng Ming, who was flying over, and looked deeply at Jiang Wang. "Think about what I told you." "Think about what?" Feng Ming flew down and coincidentally heard half a sentence, so he asked. "Nothing." Qi Lu turned around and looked at him. "How's the thing I told you to do?" "It's done," Feng Ming hurriedly said. "Father told me to find Songhai and said that he has something to tell him." "What is it?" Qi Lu asked. "He didn't say." Okay, then go. Qi Lu didn't make things difficult, stepping into the air and flying away. What did he find you for? Feng Ming looked at his back and casually asked. Some problems with swordsmanship, Jiang Wang replied casually. However, he was already thinking about the matter of sneaking into the Green Cloud Pavilion secret land. After what Qi Lu said, he decided not to delay any longer. If he continued, he would become one of the higher-ups of the Green Cloud Pavilion. A force of this scale was not attractive to the current Jiang Wang. After all, there was still the ethereal palace in the Qing nation. He looked at Feng Ming. Feng Zong Shou has something to tell me? Actually, no. Feng Ming gave out a cunning smile, grabbing onto Jiang Wang's shoulder and looking really close. That surnamed Qi wants to rope you in? Just casually chatting. Jiang Wang smiled bitterly. I'm not that popular. Feng Ming hooked his arm around his shoulder, half joking and half serious. Following him isn't a good choice. The next sect leader will be my father, there's no doubt about it. Following us is the only way to eat good food and drink spicy food. In a dozen years, you might become Zong Shou. Do you need to care about his attitude? If I only become a Zong Shou in a dozen years, then I would be a failure, Jiang Wang grumbled in his heart, but he said decisively, I actually didn't think so much. Power and wealth are just like smoke. I'm focused on the Tao. Having a place to settle down and cultivate is enough. Little brother's attitude made Feng Ming satisfied. He smiled and then said solemnly, There really is a big matter. Facing Jiang Wang's questioning gaze, he looked left and right before saying mysteriously, Waning Marquis has already sneakily headed to the front lines. They will be cutting the reef in these 2 days. This news was really sudden. During the half a month that Jiang Wang was in Qingyun Pavilion, the revolution in Yong country was moving forward. After Waning Marquis's birthday banquet, as expected, the entire Yong country's 1 duke and 7 marquises all expressed their attitudes on various occasions. They supported the new policies and swore loyalty to Han Su. The conflict between the old and new interests was suppressed by the Yong Emperor Han Su, so it didn't cause much chaos. The reason why only 1 duke and 7 marquises expressed their attitudes was because there was a marquis who became the chicken used to warn the monkeys before the new policies. Because the Marquis of Huaixiang, Yao Qi, condoned his family's evil deeds and forced the deaths of the commoners of his fief, he was stripped of a rank of nobility and demoted to a count. Not to mention the deep meaning of the title of Shengshen Count, even the Marquis of Shunlin was demoted. There was no need to doubt the Yong Emperor's determination to reform. As a result, there were no obstructions in court. During this time, the Waning Marquis's residence was very low-key. They closed their doors and refused to see any visitors. It was as if they wanted to turn over a new leaf and change their ways. However, they suddenly rushed to the front lines and personally led the troops out of the Reef Kingdom. Jiang Wang instantly understood why Feng Ming was so excited. It seems like your family's wealth wasn't spent in vain. Jiao Wu really led the troops to cut the reef, and Feng Yu really donated all of his wealth. Therefore, the battle of cutting the reef naturally couldn't lack the contributions of Feng Yu and his son. Just like how the Jubao merchants bet on the Zhonggenjia when Qi attacked the Yangs with the Qiushan army, they could also seek post-war profit. Do you think I should go to the front lines? Feng Ming asked. This was the question he really wanted Jiang Wang to help him decide. He wanted to participate in this battle and split the benefits as much as possible, but he was also worried about the prospects of this battle. After all, the Yong kingdom had just experienced a great defeat. Many of the Yong people had lost their previous blind confidence. The reason he didn't directly discuss this with Feng Yu, but first discussed it with Jiang Wang, was to perform better in front of Feng Yu. During this time, Feng Yu was increasingly satisfied with his son, and his attitude wasn't as strict as before. Feng Ming had tasted the sweetness of success. Seeing Feng Ming's eager expression, Jiang Wang understood that he was using him as a think tank. He didn't expect that there would be a day when he could become a think tank. He didn't know if Chung Gungxing would laugh the next time he talked about this. Tossing aside his messy thoughts, Jiang Wang thought seriously and then said, I think it's feasible. First of all, the Zhuang kingdom is already full and needs some time to digest. Unless necessary, they won't do anything. If the Zhuang kingdom doesn't do anything, the Luo kingdom won't do anything either. The Jing kingdom failed last time, so they probably won't be willing to make another futile effort in a short time. When only the Yong kingdom and the Reef kingdom remain, victory and defeat will be simple. Even with the addition of the Chen kingdom, will the Yong kingdom lose? This analysis was insightful. Hearing this, Feng Ming only felt that Yu Songhai was truly wise and farsighted. He could see the situation of the world with the flip of his hand. He was simply Mai Shishu. When the Qin emperor obtained Wang Shishu, he dominated the West and attacked Chu Wangjing. I have Yu Songhai. Can't I take a trifling position of sect head? You're right. He nodded repeatedly. This is the external situation. Jiang Wang continued his analysis. From the inside, whether it's our Yong kingdom or the Mahist sect supporting His Majesty, they both need a victory to prove their choice. Therefore, this battle must be won, not lost. Whether it's power, prestige, or fame, we have no reason to lose. As for the Reef Kingdom, I simply can't find a reason for them to win. He spoke of our Yong kingdom and our His Majesty in a very natural manner. He had the pride of the Yong kingdom's citizens. The more Feng Ming listened, the more excited he became. Promising? Jiang Wang nodded heavily, affirming him. As long as you protect yourself on the battlefield, this battle will be a free contribution. Consider this the last benefit I'm giving you for the time we've spent together. He thought to himself, because tonight, he decided to take action. And after this operation, regardless of whether it succeeded or not, it was almost impossible for him to interact with Feng Ming like this again. Chapter 771. It was still in the first month, less than a month after the end of Zhuang Yong's war. Yong still needed time to recuperate. Even the Marquis of Huaixiang had been demoted. Yong needed stability. No matter how one looked at it, they shouldn't rashly start a war. But if one accepted the fact that Yong was about to dispatch troops and looked at it in reverse, one would discover that this was an excellent opportunity. Yong had lost the previous war and lost half of its territory, but it had received the support of the Mahist sect. Its overall strength hadn't actually declined. At this point in the political revolution, those who should be demoted had been demoted, and those who should be reprimanded had been reprimanded. After so many beatings, it was time to eat the dates. But where would the dates come from? Yong's state had lasted for so many years. The benefits that should be divided had long been divided. After losing the war, they lost half of their territory, and their resources had shrunk. After the political revolution, they were divided again, and another group of people's benefits suffered. Although Han Su could use forceful methods to suppress this conflict, it wasn't a good method. Most of the time, it was a better choice to shift the conflict to the outside. Looking at the situation around Yong, it wasn't rational to develop east or north. The Jing kingdom watched coldly from the northeast. South was the Zhuang kingdom. The dream of taking back Dragon Sealing Pass and wiping away their previous humiliation was exciting. But Zhuang Gaoxian had already used the previous battle to prove the valiance of the Zhuang army. Zhuang Kingdom's great general Huangfu Duanming led the army to guard Dragon Sealing Pass and was also waiting in formation. It definitely wasn't an easy bone to chew. Compared to the difficulties, the gains weren't worth it. Looking west, they could follow the Long River and attack Luo. It was a wonderful sight. But Zhuang and Luo had once led an allied army to attack Yong. The former alliance still existed, and Zhuang wouldn't sit idly by as the Yong army invaded Luo. Secondly, the Lanhe navy had long been crippled. Attacking Luo was undoubtedly using their weakness to attack Luo's strength. After all was said and done, only Reef and Chen were easy targets. Coincidentally, Reef had given a reason at Marquis Waning's birthday banquet. Then Reef had become a natural choice, and Marquis Waning was the most suitable candidate. And now Marquis Waning was already at the front lines, but the news hadn't spread. Even Feng Ming had learned from Feng Yu. At least in Shun and Prefecture, even the Azure Cloud Pavilion's upper echelons like Qi Lu didn't know. It was clear to see how secretive this operation. Using the strong to attack the weak, and using a sneak attack. No matter how he thought about it, there was no reason for him to lose the Battle of the Reef. Jiang Wang advised Feng Ming to go to the battlefield to gain experience. He was truly thinking for him. Although Feng Ming was a narrow-minded person with a vicious nature, he wasn't a kind person. However, during this period of time, he had treated this Yu Songhai quite well. Since he had promised to bring them in, he had brought them in without question. If Jiang Wang wanted to go to any place within the sect, he would make the decision and never refuse. Tonight, he planned to sneak into the forbidden area of the Clear Cloud Pavilion. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he would definitely have a falling out with the Clear Cloud Pavilion, and escape was inevitable. Before he left, he gave Feng Ming a piece of advice. It could be considered that he had completed his time with Feng Ming. Feng Ming didn't think too much about it. After spending some time together, he was very convinced by Jiang Wang's analysis. After hearing this, he said, "You're right. I'll discuss this with my father." He was already used to using Jiang Wang's advice to show off in front of Feng Yu. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back and said excitedly, "Songhai, let's go to the battlefield together. How about it?" Perhaps he relied heavily on Jiang Wang's analysis, or perhaps he also wanted to let Jiang Wang gain some benefit. However, Jiang Wang was shocked and hurriedly said, "With my strength, it's too dangerous to go to the battlefield. It's better for me to cultivate in the sect." After all, Yu Songhai's cultivation was only in the soaring dragon realm. He had some impressive swordsmanship, but most of it was incomplete. It was difficult to improve his battle strength. Yu Songhai hadn't been in contact with the Clear Cloud Pavilion's Dao techniques for long. It was hard to say what achievements he had. Feng Ming thought for a while and finally nodded. "That's true. Then you should cultivate well. I'll let them know. No one will dare to bully you. Oh right, remember to keep the fact that Marquis Wei Ning has already reached the front line a secret." "Don't worry," Jiang Wang said very confidently, "Songhai won't tell anyone." Only then did Feng Ming leave, satisfied. Looking at his back, Jiang Wang sighed. He didn't know if it was because he was wearing the mask of Yu Songhai and rarely showed his edge, but he felt that he was very likable now. He had only been in the Azure Cloud Pavilion for half a month, and he seemed to have made a name for himself. Everyone seemed to be very friendly to him. Qi Lu came up to him and wanted to take him as his foster son. Feng Ming also wanted to take him along to gain some benefit. Just now, if Feng Ming didn't change his mind, he would have to use the wrong path. In an instant, there was only one person left on the mountain peak that was still bustling with noise and excitement. Jiang Wang didn't leave. Instead, he sat down quietly on a mountain rock and calmed his emotions. He planned the plan of action for the night in his mind. First, he arranged the few places that he hadn't been to in the Azure Cloud Pavilion according to the possibility of hidden lost buildings. This would be the order of his targets when he acted. Once exposed, regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he would immediately escape. Thus, the escape route was also very important. The map of the entire Wensi County reappeared in his mind. Even how to escape from Shun and Prefecture, How to escape from the Yong border, all kinds of routes had to be planned in advance. Preparedness leads to success, and unpreparedness leads to failure. Especially when it concerned his own safety, he had to think about it repeatedly. In the entire plan, his own safety was the most important, followed by the lost buildings of the cloud-top immortal palace. If he couldn't get it this time, he would decisively leave first. When he was strong enough, he would come back to get it. After thinking everything through and deliberating a few times, Jiang Wang went down the mountain alone. He had made up his mind. He only needed to wait for the night to arrive. The night at the Azure Cloud Pavilion began with the crow's cry in the distance. Jiang Wang waited patiently for night to arrive. Finally, night came. He walked casually in the encampment of the Azure Cloud Pavilion. Occasionally, he would greet the people he met. He was calm and natural. The more critical the moment, the calmer his mind was. Song Hai. When he looked carefully, Qi Lu, who wanted to be his foster father, appeared again at an untimely time. Have you thought about it? He was full of smiles. Jiang Wang didn't mess up his plan because of this small accident. With a thought, he leaned forward and whispered, I heard. Marquis Wei Ning has already gone to the front lines. The words he said to Feng Ming not to tell anyone before still rang in his ears. But Jiang Wang could only say sorry in his heart. He had already decided to act tonight. At this time, he couldn't be entangled with Qi Lu. Qi Lu's expression changed. He clearly knew what this news meant. If Feng Yu and his son were to follow Jiao Wu on the battlefield and gain military merits, they wouldn't need to fight for the position of sect master anymore. In comparison, roping in Jiang Wang was much less important. Without another word, he turned and flew into the night sky. He wanted to actively seek a response and find a way to get a share of the pie. Jiang Wang shook his head. For a moment, he was very proud of his wit. There weren't many experts from the outer sect in the Azure Cloud Pavilion. Now that another one had left, it would be much safer for him to run later. It was killing two birds with one stone. He walked forward, his expression as usual. Walking in the encampment of the Azure Cloud Pavilion, he responded to everyone's greetings. No one knew who he was, and no one knew what he was doing. This kind of night, this kind of mood was somewhat tranquil. Bang! This sound traveled very far in the night. The silence was broken. Jiang Wang suddenly turned around. He only saw Qi Lu, who had just flown into the night sky, fell to the ground. In an instant, he was already a powerless corpse. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.